Hello everybody and welcome to the, I don't think this is lower bracket final, no, this is just one of the lower bracket games between Crocs with Glocks and Monsters Inc. Alright, the game is starting now, so let's turn this down and let's get over to game capture. Oops. Sorry, it's a bit scuffed. I'm like last minute filling in because we didn't have anyone else to do this. But let me see, and this should be it. Oh, boom! There we go. It's a little out of sorts. That's not exactly what we want. Let's transfer this to fit to screen. Boom! Let's go. Let's go. And let me readjust the images as well.
Minions have spawned.
I'm gonna adjust all this and then we can talk about the draft. Save images. Yeah, we have. We have an interesting early trade coming in from Crocs on Flat Player and Flash of tonight. I think he's fine. Oh, he has Flash though. It's probably a smart idea. This is our boys over at Crocs with Glocks. Ooh, that's a big image. There we go. Nice, let's go. Alright, boys. This is looking good, this is looking fun. For some reason my saturation is really turned up. I'm not really 100% sure why. Let me see if I can turn that down in some way. How does that look? Looks a little bit more normal. Hopefully it looks a little bit more normal for you guys. Okay. Cool. Alright, so because we just started late and I didn't have an opportunity to look at the draft, I'm going to talk a little bit about the draft. Here, let me put up the scoreboard as well. And make sure that we have objective timers, and I will turn off time controls. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, interesting early draft coming out from CWG with Udyr in the top lane. I admit I was not expecting that. Really good gank early from Hot Daddy. He should die here. I'm kind of surprised they don't get the kill there. Trickroom coming in. I don't think he gets anything here. Bot player, aggressive trades in the bot lane. I have to admit, I was not expecting an Udyr top coming out, but it works out. Shits on Justice, top lane, and Gwen. Gets a lot of lane control. That's actually really good. And Udyr is a really strong champion once you can start accelerating your lead. He has a lot of advantage state when he can basically just stat check you. Especially the new version of Udyr with his awaken states. If you can manage those awakens, get like 2 or 3 in a fight, that spell's really nasty. So looks like he's going for the Bork build early. Kind of interesting. I guess he probably is also going Qmax is my assumption. So that's an interesting version of Udyr I've not seen played top. Usually it's AP hard push lanes with awakened R, but interesting to see. So right now everyone's been a little chill. Bot lane has been somewhat hectic, but overall fine. I actually do like the combination of Proton on Neela and Garrett on Yumi. I think it has a lot of potential to just pop off and take over fights. I'm not super duper familiar with Neela, other than knowing that she really prefers like 5-man, just like ball comp fights where she can run in, use her AoE, empowered Q to her advantage, and obviously her R, which is basically just like a super powered Diana R that gives her a bunch of healing and shielding, heals and shield allies as well. It's just like a disgusting teamfight tool, and Injustice really getting like ran down by this Udyr. I don't even think the Maokai needed to be there, but just there for safety, just to make sure it happens. There's some trades coming in for Proton. That's maybe a little bit telegraphed. Maybe you'd want to see them not engage as quickly and wait for Sul'Pen to be in position. I think that was maybe a little too aggressive. But maybe they were hoping that Karai and Taizgul would start fighting them immediately. Maybe they've seen something in the way that the lead team's moving that indicates that would be their mentality towards everything. Yeah, so right now, kind of just chilling, honestly. Everything's in a bit of a relaxed state. Sul'Pen's playing near the bot side. It looks like they have pressures. They might be going for a dragon here. My hot daddy really, probably if they're going for dragon, would like to get a push. He's not doing the best in these trades against Flash's Knight. Man, Boise is really just trying to hard fuck the shit out of this one. They should get the kill here, I think. Oh, nope. Okay. I was expecting to go for an empowered R. Maybe I missed. No, I think he actually went for the empowered Q. So he didn't have the R to chase. I think if he had the R to chase him, so it's fine. So they get the dragon here regardless of Daddy's lane state. They have a lot of pressure from the bot lane. They get it because the jungler's obviously in the top side, so no one to contest. Sul'Pen is really far ahead in CS, as should be shown. Boise's been really focusing on ganks and lane pressure, specifically on the top side. It really sucks that third gank yielded very little results, other than a slightly larger CS lead for Udyr. I think that last game was maybe a little bit presumptive. If they could have gotten the kill, it would have been worth, but yeah, it's just rough. Gwen's definitely in a rough state, and honestly, Gwen is one of those champs that can really scale well into the late game with a lot of AP, so I don't really know if it matters too much that she's getting shit on like this, because the Udyr will still, like, yeah, they're just going to win lane, and they're going to be very useful later in the game, but I feel like Gwen at a certain point when she's enough AP, she can kind of just run at you, press Q, Gwen is immune, all the memes, and really be that, like, hard, like, brute force snowball threat with the Neela. And obviously the heck room for engage. We're still chilling. Kind of relaxed state. Maokai is vibing right now. Maybe looking for another gank top. Okay, so it looks like Sul'Pen is going for. Oh! Nope. Okay, he's not going for it. That's fair. He's probably gonna die if he did. Yes, they're gonna get a shutdown here probably on Tim. I don't think Tim can survive this in any world. Oh, they're going to be hard, but the problem is that the Maokai's not there, and they moved up the bot lane. So, to be honest, they probably just have to let him die. Nope, they're gonna use that. That's the Neela's power. He jumped back in. Oh, that's rough. I think Voice will die here as well. That's rough. Yeah, so they did a 5-man basically to bail out Injustice here. Yeah, it's rough. I think, honestly, they're maybe just forcing a little too hard on the top side. Like, they're hard fucking Injustice for sure in the early game, but I think they're over-forcing this play. They already have that advantage, and I feel like they should be leveraging their pressure elsewhere on the map. But it's understandable based on the lane matchups that this is the most likely place to try to turbo smash. So, it is what it is. You're upcoming. Let's go to here. Yeah, so right now we're kind of back at a reset state. There's no Rift Herald or Dragon on the map. We're still waiting for about 2 minutes for that to occur. Lanes are kind of just chilling, setting back up their states. Regardless of the bad plays, Udyr is obviously looking pretty good here, though sadly he does not have his Bork yet. I think he really wants that Bork. We can also see on the skin evolve that he did indeed do a Q max. He's at least 4 points in that. So that is going to be the primary focus, to basically just be a really strong 1v1 threat. And the new version of Udyr with Qmax is actually insane with the amount of damage it's done. I've never seen it top, but I have seen it jungle just run over games. It is quite disgusting how much damage it can do. Obviously you lack the AoE from R, but not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So yeah, right now we are kind of back to what I said before, just kind of a reset state. Not much going on at this point. Volley's still just kind of going for their pressure. I think that right now, oh, there's a really good pick coming out from Taya School, and they should also get Spay as well. I can't believe I didn't realize that the Yumi was not Altura scared. I just assumed that was the case, but I guess that's my bad. I didn't even look at the names. Okay, they could probably kill my Daddy here. I think my Daddy should definitely die here, no question. Oh, he gets the flash off. They don't kill him in time. Okay, Injustice should die here, I think. Ah, that sucks. Ooh, good, and he survives. Damn, that was really rough. That was a little sloppy played from both Injustice and Crocs, but he wins because he has a lot of stat advantage, that early advantage given to him by the ganks from Boise, and just naturally, probably Injustice is not familiar with this lane whatsoever. Most people probably aren't. So, alright, so they're going to get the dragon and tie up the dragon count. There's also a Hex Tech Dragon, which is really nice, specifically for their Udyr and their Ashe. Attack speed and ability haste is going to kill Sultan almost immediately. My Hot Daddy's in there too. I think they really need to try to kill the Neela first. Yeah, they need to kill her, and then they can easily kill my Hot Daddy who's out of cooldowns, and they'll get the dragon. That's really good. Yeah, and now that the Udyr has his Bork, like, this man is going to be gross. Like, he probably can win this at his health. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, look at this nonsense. Look at this absolute nonsense. It's actually insane. 80 Udyr is so gross. There's a lot of pressure here coming from that top side. Alright, so now I'd say that CWG is in a good spot. They're in a really, really solid spot. They have easy, really strong side that they can play through. I'd say Flash of Night is playing pretty well as a supportive element for his team. Groy is in a good solid position. I think the Neela, I don't know her scalability. I'm pretty sure that she scales pretty hard. I just don't know if she's going to be able to get into a position to leverage that advantage. Obviously, the Yumi is always good to have for the Neela, as it's good on pretty much all melee. Just want to dive on your champs, and the engage coming out from Sulpan. So I'd say like a lot of this game will come down to if Sulpan and My Hot Daddy can get like really good ult engages, just run down and just fuck with the back line of CWG. Now, yeah, it looks like Croc is going, Timini is going to be caught out, sadly, by Soulpan, who's finally leveraging some pressure on top side, and they're going to drop Rift Herald top to somewhat stem the bleeding coming from their top laner. This is going to be good, though, because they'll get the turret here, and I don't believe that the gold difference will be too massive anymore between... actually, they didn't get any plates, so yeah, actually, maybe it doesn't matter that much, to be honest. It might be, it's a little bit of gold, it's good. He still can't complete his mythic, which sucks, but he did get a blasting one, so that's good. Also be noted that now that Soulpan's leveraging some more ganks, Maokai's caught somewhat up in CS. He's still about 20 down, but it doesn't really matter because Maokai just scales with gold so incredibly well. He has so much power just natively in his kit, so the gold amount doesn't matter that much. Yeah, I agree. Also, Alteris in chat, I don't think that the Herald top really makes a lot of sense. I think the problem is that they assume that because Injustice will never win 1v1, they just want to get some gold on him, and then press it out so that he doesn't have a tower to fall on. Maybe they can leverage that more. But I think the only way you get value from that is if they're leveraging Soulpan more top and looking for more ganks to shut him down. If they're not leveraging him top, then it does just put him in a really sad position. I would agree that going mid as well would make a lot more sense with it, but it is what it is. It's good on Flash if you have a decent native CS lead with very little jungle interaction in the mid lane, so that's good. I think he just can walk away from this maybe. Oh, Justice is here, I guess. Oh, he gets out, nice. Good stuff coming up from Flash of Night. Gets out, no harm, no foul. Udyr's getting free pressure top, and it looks like Boise is pinging on the Rift Herald, so I would assume that Udyr probably just runs at this tower. Boise probably just starts it, and they concede the dragon pressure. They have 1 minute and 20 seconds, so to be honest, they could probably finish it and then go and try to fight for dragon, but they will not have the same amount of vision coverage or setup that the Monsters Inc. will have. That's fine. It is what it is. Okay. Coming back to vibing here in Clean States. Alright, so now that they have Rift Herald backing, I want to see what they do with this Rift Herald. I would assume that they go for a mid play with it, and maybe use it either mid, or they can break bot. I don't really know which one would be the better one. I think that mid is better here, because they're already doing pretty decently into the flash coming out of Kurai. Oh, missed the R. Oh my god, Udyr's winning this shit because he's just broke as hell. And he gets out, that's crazy. And nobody's dying, there's so much stuff happening in bot lane, just no one's dying. I really hate this, they're walking the melee range of Neela, but, oh, but it's fine though. I think he can kill Space Walrus easy, just 1v1. Ty's Fool lives. God, that was really good coming up from Ty's Fool and Kuroi. Good stuff coming out from them. Alright, and now they get like free pressure. They're gonna drop this Rift Herald mid. They're probably gonna, they could get 1.5 turrets probably. They're not gonna go for the second one. They're probably just gonna make sure that the charge goes off. That's just some damage, that's nice. And now they're gonna go for Dragon. The only rough thing here is their support and their AD carry are low. Ashe does not have arrow and is low on mana. Probably enough for maybe like a Q, but doesn't really have to SSW spam. They don't have a setup though, so they're going to get this easily with no problems. It looks like Soulpan is not going to hard rush and try to R over the wall or anything. So they're fine. It's fine. Cool. They're going to get that, and they are going to probably reset here, I would assume. Flash is going to get mid turret. Udyr is taking jungle camps because he hates his jungler. Obviously, it's the only explanation. And yeah, so I would say CWG is in a really good spot here. They have a really, really solid things. Yeah, Crystal7, I'm sorry the video's saturated. I don't know if it has something to do with my PC settings or something. I think it might have something to do with my monitor, but I set down the brightness quite significantly and it's still super saturated, so I'm not 100% sure why it's that case. We'll I'll try to see if I can do some more finagling with it after, but it is super saturated. So my apologies there. Okay. All right, so let's do this real quick. Okay, so now we're still kind of just chilling, like waiting to see what how CWG applies their pressure. I do think that they're definitely in the driver's seat overall in terms of what should or can be done in this game. I don't think that there's going to be an extensive amount of pressure that Min can necessarily apply. At this point, they're not super strong specifically anywhere, I would say. The Hecarim is doing fine, but slowly probably going to get outscaled. Maokai at certain point is going to be disgusting. Uder's already shown how strong he is. Karai's in a good spot. Probably can not necessarily directly duel the Neela though. As far as I know, Neela 1v1 just like wins super hard against most AD carries as long as she can stay in range. So it's really on him or her to apply solid pressure and utility. But I think CWG is in a really good spot. The only option really is that they just get a really solid fight where Neela just gets to pop out with all her AoE, get a really solid ult off. And Solpan combines that with his ult, and Justice drop his ult, and my hot daddy just looks for picks and stuff. Otherwise, everything. Also interesting, he went for Prowler's Claw on mid lane Pantheon. I don't think I've seen that very often. I can see the point of it. I think most usually go Eclipse. I feel like that would be better because he's probably gonna have extended brawls. I would feel like the healing would be the one to go. Escape video set to 50. Yeah, everything is set to 50. Yeah, I don't have anything weird with my game stuff. I don't really know. I've tried a bunch of stuff. I turned down the brightness on my monitor directly. I don't really know why it's displaying so saturated on both my monitors. My monitor on my side that I'm just using for wow. Yeah, so right there, obviously Solpan tries to go in, it just gets destroyed with nothing. Justice can't do much either here. They're gonna get a kill. Oh, the big Neela ult though. This combo could be really good. It's a lot of AoE here. Yeah, but this is just the really strong, just like ball comp with it here. They might be diving a little too hard here, but they're gonna get Injustice easily, and they're gonna get the Yumi. Alright, damn, and that is the power of the fucking Udyr. Also, Maokai did a lot in that fight. Flash of Night just existing and providing a lot of base value, especially with that. The R at the end was maybe a little late, but you know, it is what it is. He's doing his job. Fry and Tyzgul did not die in the back lane. That was just really solid team fighting, I think, from CWG overall. Master, yeah, I already changed my monitor settings to turn it down. I turned it from 100 down to like 40 on both. I can turn it down even lower, but let me see. Let me see. I'll do that on the Streamlabs one. You guys can let me know if that one looks a little bit better. It doesn't look like it is according to the stream. You guys can let me know if that changes anything. If it doesn't, then I'll turn it back up because it's hard to see now on Streamlabs, so it's so dark. And I can try that on this one as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything as far as I can tell. Yeah, the default is what they were. I didn't change any settings for the most part. Or into combo. Don't know what that is. I can look into it though. Okay. Alright, so they're gonna kill my hot daddy here. Sedley's kind of set up position, and that should easily allow them to go for Baron. This Udyr is probably just going to tear through this Baron. absolutely disgusting amount of DPS we're seeing coming out of their here, and Fred's doing good DPS as well. They're just gonna destroy this thing. In only 24 minutes. And also CWG is in a really solid state for Soul here. We have Dragon up in 4 minutes. I see so they apply this. I would assume that they try to apply as much wave pressure as they can. Push in maybe all 3 and then do a rotation and look for the Soul. They may be a little over aggressive and try to go for something more less focus on oh my god, I hate you, Bartel. Okay, but if they get all their stuff together and they if they try to go for a hard end with the Baron, which I could see them going for, I think that's the wrong call. I think they should just apply as much wave pressure as they can and look for this Dragon, get the Soul, secure an easy victory, make it a real stomp out. Which should be good to go. I was kidding, Bartel. Alright. Okay, so we're still in kind of a chill state right now. Kind of just chilling. Nothing too exciting going on. Yeah, right now, honestly, just kind of vibing. Like I said, we're still looking kind of for that pressure coming out of. They might catch Tim here. Damn, Tim a little bit caught out, getting hard rush down and killed. They're gonna kill Soulpan. They still have 2 minutes until the Dragon Souls. Hot Daddy coming in. I think that they kill him here. I don't know if he can. Oh no, so he can get away, but barely. Justice has to pop R, just kind of dissuade that engage. They're gonna get this turret, and they're gonna get this inhib. I think they drop this pressure then, and they go towards the bot turret after this. Or they can look for initial setup. They might look for a reset here as well. But they want to make sure that they're good to go in 2 minutes for that Dragon, for that Soul. It's a really big part of their scaling. Just chilling. Udyr is back on the map, running down towards the bot side. Obviously, they're still leveraging this Baron pressure. I think that Min are probably looking for a fight before Udyr can get here. They want to get as much pressure as they can, and Justice is going hard in the back line. Really good field coming out from Flash of Night. Really solid. They're going to kill Hot Daddy very easily, probably, in this Pantheon. I don't know if he can survive. Yep, there we go. They're going to kill the Yuumi as well. Neela has to run away. She has no agency in this fight whatsoever. They're going to get this bot turret. And it looks like they're going to pressure really hard instead of going for the Soul. They want to go for the end. I think this is somewhat reasonable. There's about 20 seconds on most timers. So I think they might have the time. This is a little aggressive, but I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. Even if they don't get this done, even if they get ace, they're still in such a good position that I don't think it really matters. So I'm fine with them just going for it quickly, getting that game time as low as possible. And let's go, asserting dominance. CWG taking game 1 of the series. All right, let's go. Okay, let me go to that. Actually, let me go to the draft screen. I have these open up, so let's do this. I'll go to starting soon for right now. I'll start up some music. We'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can get the draft link from them, and we'll be starting game 2 very soon. Goodbye.
wanna drop my only venom when I get my dues.
Alright, welcome boys. Let's get back to draft. We are in, and we're starting off with a ban coming out from, or on the Zillion and the Vex from CWG, and the Azir and Kale coming out from Min, the Trundle coming out from CWG. And I would expect the Udyr ban last, but we'll see what happens here. I do find the Azir to be a little surprising, to be honest. Ban coming out from Min. But, it is what it is. They're banning the Maokai. Alright, I would really like to see an Udyr ban instead of the Azir. We'll see if they go for Udyr again in the top lane. If I was CWG, I would probably keep applying that as a pressure point and just say, hey, find something to beat this. If you can't, then sucks to be you. But we'll see what Min is, or what CWG says to here. I would be kind of surprised to see Timony on a tank, but I don't know. We'll see. All right, so we have Seraphine first pick for CWG for Ty is cool. Tristana locked in. That could either be mid or AD carry Tristana. Proton Blood player or My Hot Daddy, but we will see. And still waiting on the second pick. I would assume they pick support here, just because CWG has already shown their support. I guess it could technically be their mid laner as well, but I would guess that it's probably support. Alright, we have Vi coming out from Soulpan. Gives a lot of pressure. And maybe gives him a lot more agency early in the game necessarily than a Hecarim does. Hecarim has early game like potency for sure, but Vi has a lot of disruptive power and hard focus ability on just a single target. Also really strong dueling, if you've ever seen the famous inspired clip of him 1v3ing people. Like Vi does a deceptive amount of damage, just 1v1. Alright, so we have Victor coming out from Flash of Night, and Karai going back to the Ashe. So we're hiding jungle and top lane until second rotation, so this gives them a lot more opportunity for bans on the side of Min. Maybe we see an Udyr ban this time. Not sure though, but we'll see. And they pick the Blitzcrank. Alright, and Garrett Alturas is in for this game. Space Walrus is out. Probably nothing necessarily wrong with him specifically. It's just they were playing him and Garrett maybe was busy or something. I'm not sure 100%. So they banned Soulless from My Hot Daddy. Udyr was banned by Min, and I would expect one last ban coming out onto top lane. Maybe they ban jungle more, but I mean I don't know. Most of the stalwart super dumb junglers. All right, they're banning Volibear. Okay, that's reasonable. Maybe they don't want to be turbo died by a Volibear. And the Swain banned from My Hot Daddy. All right. So they're punching the pool quite a bit. In the mid lane on the side of CWG, and definitely the top lane and jungle pool on the side of Min. Alright, so we see Rumble locked in. Damn, alright, so we don't really know if that is mid or top yet. I would assume top lane, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited to see what they pick here on the side of CWG, what they go for their top jungle combo. Boise and Timony were the primary forces, I think, that last game. And we see the Amumu, so Amumu jungle, probably, unless they throw us for a wild loop. But I'm pretty sure that is definitely Amumu jungle. So they have Tristana Blitz, and they have the Yone top. All right, so this is a really exciting, very volatile draft coming out of CWG. I would notice that I think the overall team fight pressure that both teams have is a little bit less maybe than the last game in terms of just like a lot of people throwing massive cooldowns. The big cooldowns obviously are Rumbles are, you obviously have a Mumu's are, Yone's are can be really big if he gets a good angle. and the Camille. Okay, so Camille versus Yone is our top matchup. Rumble mid into the Victor. Interesting. Very interesting lane matchups. Cool, cool. This is exciting. This is going to be a very interesting game. I'm excited to see it. Trying to think through overall what both teams have and provide. I think there's a lot of single target damage and pressure on the side of Min. They have Vi, they have Camille, they have the Tristana Blitz. Like, there's a lot of just like blow somebody up hard. Blitzcrank, I don't know how hard the nerfs hit him that just came out in this patch, but before this patch, he was by far the best support in the game. No questions asked. He was like 54% win rate in every elo. He was actually just insane with the amount of damage they added into his kit trying to make him a jungler. They nerfed a lot of that base damage quite a bit, and then compensated with some jungle power. But he's probably still very strong. A lot of damage output compared to what he used to provide, with the new W providing 1% max health damage every auto while his W is active. So his dueling potential is really crazy. Before he could just punch you up in the sky. Now he can pull punch and then just start whacking you, and will probably outdamage your AD carry, at least early in the game, with that max health bonus damage on the odd hit, along with the attack speed. It's really strong. So there's that. Camille into Yone. I honestly think that Yone should have a decent time into this matchup. Not necessarily earlier in the game. We'll have to see, but I think that Yone actually is pretty well set up to play well into Camille specifically. I'm pretty sure the bug is gone where he can pop his E outside of the R and then pull himself out of Camille's R. That was a thing he could do with both Mordekaiser and Camille at one point. I don't know if that's been fixed, but I would assume it has because Yone's been out for quite a while. But regardless of that, I think that the strength that Yone has, like that lane will be very volatile. If Camille can get ahead, you know, it'll be good. But Yone, I think, is really has a lot of potential to be really disgusting if left unchecked. So we're gonna have to see where Vi prioritizes pressure. I have a feeling that she's going to try to contest top lane, because the Vi and the Camille is definitely a lot stronger, I think, most likely than the Amumu Yone, especially earlier in the game when you want to be applying that early pressure. So we'll have to see. I have a feeling that Vi is definitely going to be prioritizing top side a little bit more this game. Also, the interesting bot lane rematch for Proton Plat player and Garrett Alturas now coming in, getting to phase against the same bot lane from last game. Rise Ashe and Ty's Cool Seraphine. Interesting to see how the dynamic changes from a Neela Yumi, which I could see the intent of. I could see some of the instances of power, but it definitely looked like it was rough and hard for them to necessarily apply the pressure they wanted to, and they consistently were kind of losing those 2v2s. So hopefully now, with this really strong one person blow them up lane matchup, as well as Garrett coming in, that maybe they can do a little bit more in the spot lane. Even just 2v2 if the junglers don't come down just in an isolated 2v2. I don't honestly have too much to say about the Victor versus Rumble. Rumble mid is not as common as it used to be, but I know it's for sure still strong, and obviously the R is always going to be insanely valuable. So interesting to see like what they can get out of that lane matchup, see what they can do. But I would assume that they just play with their junglers like most mid laners end up doing. Victor just wants to scale, Rumble kind of just wants to scale too. So we'll just kind of be chilling. I don't know if Rumble has the pushing power. I know that he got a different nerf to his magic resist a while ago to prevent him being so dominant in mid. So I know specifically into mages he has a rougher time than he used to compared to top lane, where he has, I think, a higher armor value than most champs do. Alright, so we are getting into game. It'll be about 3 minutes. I'm going to toss it to the starting soon border, play some music, and then we will get into game. Alright, see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Oh, will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Okay, and we're into game 2. All right, this is exciting. Here, let me change this real quick just to make sure that it's clear who is up.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
My God, I hate this thing sometimes. Let me fucking tab out. Thank you. Okay, actually, stay on. And nothing exciting seems to be happening here. I sadly touched the edge of the border, so it wasn't directed camera. I don't want to miss any action. And it looks like they might kill my hot daddy, and they do get first blood on my hot daddy. Nice, alright. I'm gonna tab over just to make sure that we fix the score on the side.
Minions have spawned.
Boom. Alright. Okay. So we're coming into game 2. The first blood gain to Karai. That's not optimal, but it is what it is. It's good to have that additional power. She gets a additional attack speed dagger for her early laning, so that's always nice to have. I think that you would probably want that first blood on someone like the Victor, or obviously Yon, but Yon's a little bit harder just because he's melee. He's not really in the opportunity to send that one-range auto attack, so it's not his fault. Looks like Injustice is probably going to get early attacks on top wave, and so he's probably going to have a little bit more control over the lane's push state in this early lane. See what happens. It seems that Sulpan is pathing towards top side, while Amumu is pathing towards bot. Just chilling right now. Trades at the top side, but nothing super exciting. Garrett is obviously looking for a pull. That's pretty much the entire mission of every Blitzcrank. You always can turn the lane around heavily just with an early pull, get that kill, dab on out. Camille and Yone trading going as expected in the early levels. Looks like both junglers are pretty much going for a full clear. Not 100% on Sulpan. He's going to do his Raptors and then go straight to a topside gank, it looks like. I think Tim should know this and he should run. Oh, he's going to step up for the minion. This is really bad from him. This is super bad. He should know that this is the obvious play that's going to happen. And he gives over that kill. And he loses his flash. He did get the ignite out of Camille, but it does feel really bad for him to be in that position. Dry flashes away. We're going to get a gank on the bot side. I think they should be able to kill Proton. Yep, they kill Proton. Alright, and get his flash, so that is really good. They get a trade play on the side. And Yone being Yone, Yone's pretty similar to Yasuo. Anyone knows the memes of the 10 death power spike coming out on Yasuo. It's pretty much the same on Yone. Both champions just have so much gold scalability in their kit, getting additional value coming out of crits, and just the way that their kits work. They utilize gold in a way and levels in a way that most champions don't have access to. So even if they are 0-10, at a certain point, once they get a lot of gold and a lot of experience, they get their full crit, like they just will do damage. They have so much innate scalability and value locked in there. So I wouldn't be too sad if I was Yone at this point. I think he just needs to play a little bit more reserved. Right now he's still pressed up, and I think that Sulpan is going to go for another gank. Croc is still really pushed up. This is just really bad from him, I think. Oh my god, and he uses it to go in further. He's just really cementing himself as an obvious gank target, obvious look. And I think he should know that this is just not what he has to be doing in this game. He can scale really strong in this game and doesn't need to be asserting this much pressure. His bot lane is doing well, his jungler's getting so much pressure bot side. It's fine to uphold the jungler's pressure, but what he needs to know is understand what the timing is when the jungler's coming for him and back up and not let that gank kill happen. If he pulls the jungler and doesn't die, that's so much value for a Mumu. Already gets a lot of pressure down there. Good trade coming out from Timony. Sulpan gets some of the bot side because of the kill on Tim in Mumu's jungle, so they just trade. And overall, no real armor foul on either side. The Camille sweep. The I win the trade button. Alright. Mid lane's been pretty sleepy, to be honest, at this point. Outside of the early first blood, nothing's really happening there, but that's kind of expected. I would assume that both champions kind of just want to push out the lanes, get a little scaling, maybe grow with their junglers if they're going to plays, but for the most part, kind of just want to vibe at this point. So Tim probably is looking to push in this wave and get up back. He may stay. I would assume, based on his health, that he would probably want to look for a back soon. He's definitely in kill threat if he doesn't hit 6 first. He's hit 6, so he's fine, as long as Justice is in 6. Okay, that was a good dodge on the stun. He's chilling. Oh, wow. Okay, so he gets Ignite out, and it looks like Tim did use R there. So this is fine, though. This is a decent trade. They might be going for a dive here on Injustice, which... that kind of surprises me, not gonna lie. Okay, so he's gonna let Injustice walk off. And Tim is going to just clear these minions. And Tim's just gonna run it down, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what he's expecting to get done there. But it is what it is. And the Camille kind of heavily salvages that position. So, yeah, I don't know. This is a lot rougher than it was the first game in terms of asserting pressure. Tim, Garrett gets a really good flash knock up. He's going to get a Q here if he needs it. I don't think he does though. He might just sit there and wait. They're going to get the kill to My Hot Daddy with the rocket. And really good plays, I think, coming out of mid this game in comparison to the last game. I don't really know. I honestly think that though these plays would not mean as much if top lane wasn't going so badly. And I think a lot of it, in my perspective, is coming down to the fact that Tim is like trying to assert more pressure than he needs to, and not respecting what the Camille can do at certain points. Like, he's playing the fight mechanically well and stuff, but he's just like not factoring in like what if he's a look or what he needs to be doing. I think if he just holds back and chills a little bit, he's chilling. He has a CS lead, but not a large one. He's kind of just chilling right here. This might be another kill on Flash of Night, honestly. That's the power of the Vi, going the Q into the R. And they're going to kill Karoy here likely as well, I would assume. Good. Predicted. Probably not actually predicted, but solid W hit there coming out from the Proton Plat player. The Tristana. And we're kind of seeing like what I said before, we're kind of seeing like this pressure and these plays that are happening from Min be a lot more impactful on the map overall, and it's kind of almost an inverse of what we saw last game in terms of the teams and what they're doing. I would say at this point, considering that Yon only has his Berserker Roos and Camille has the Sheen, that he needs to be really respectful. Flash coming out of Tai is cool. That's fine. They're going to sadly give away this plate, but he can't do much about it. Just gonna look up. Yeah. And Sulpan's just looking basically to just get like so many ganks off and assert a lot of pressure. Just throw the game out of whack. Alturas needs to run away here. He doesn't have flash, so I don't know if he can actually get away. I think he probably just dies. He just gets cried on. Literally dies from depression. Dies from cringe. But it is what it is. Alright, so right now Sulpan and Injustice are, did they just get Rush Herald? I think they did. Spawn knowledge to the other thing. So yeah, they're getting this top lane pressure. Camille's pushing in, and Sulpan is likely looking for a gank here. Tim might be able to get away. We're seeing a bot lane pressure here too. Proton Plat player, I think, should die here. I don't think there's a way that he lives this. Yeah, he just gets away. Karai's gonna die to Rumble, but it is what it is. It's fine. I think it's okay. To that R, he was trying to get a hit on the Rift Herald. I think he should have saved that for the dive. I get what he was trying to do though. He gets a trade, which is really good. He might have been able to 1v2, to be honest, I think, if he saves the R, but I get what he was going for with the R, so it's fine. Camille gets 2, now 3 plates, maybe 4, probably 4 here. I don't think he gets the full tower, but he could. Yeah, he has a reinforcing wave coming in, so he might just get the straight up to get the tower. He has to hard clear this wave though, and he might be able to get the tower. Tim's TP is coming up, so maybe he doesn't immediately get it. Yeah, Tim's gonna TP, so he doesn't get the last turret plate, but he did get 4 plates, which is really good. They have a bit of time before that last plate falls off, so maybe they could go for the last one. But even if he doesn't, Camille's in such a good spot. He's so far ahead in gold right now compared to Yon. Well, like I mentioned before, Yon has so much gold value natively in his kit in terms of what he can do, so he might be fine, to be honest. And Flash of Night gets out. Wow, he doesn't. Oh my God, the Flash Q coming out from the Yum, for the Mumu, and he gets the second Q, and they kill Alturas. All right, good salvage play. Honestly, I'm actually pretty surprised the Flash of Night was able to survive that full combo, but yeah, they did. Now Flash of Night is kind of just scaling up. That's really good though. The fact that he didn't die, that was really nice. Really good. See, the only people that is making this game hard right now is is some of Tim's plays, but like I said before, I have faith that he can probably get stuff done later in the game. He just needs to get his gold, get his items. Once he gets 2 crit items, he's gonna be 100% crit, and he's gonna hit like a motherfucker. He's gonna be very tanky once he gets like his Death Stance or his Bloodthirster. Oh, the Flash Q coming up. They get Kuroi, but with the combo with a Mumu, they might be able to just kill Turris here, and then they should pressure. Oh, he fails the Tristana! Jump fails! Oh no! And they get the Tristana. Damn. All right. Damn. That is a rough one. I would be so sad if I was Tristana there. That is big rough. All right. So they're looking for a play on My Hot Daddy. It looks like. Okay, he gets out. Justice is here, so I think they should definitely respect the Camille. So right now, I'm just chilling. We're still kind of in a dragon setup of sorts. Kind of just chilling, just waiting for this to go down. Tim applying a little bit of top lane pressure and looking for back here. I think you can 1v1. I wouldn't be too surprised at this point. Let's see what Tim completes here. Yeah, so he gets his shield bow. So I think going forward, I think Camille needs to be cognizant of the fact that now Yon has shield bow. He is going to be very strong in a 1v1 situation, especially if he can use his E to dodge the Camille E. That loses a lot of Camille's pressure, and obviously his R, Camille's R is more a way to single out a target, get onto a backliner, and then provide a little bit of added damage. I think it adds a little bit of current health on hit damage to her, but doesn't really provide her necessarily as much dueling potential that you would expect out of like a good Yon R. It hits really hard, even on just one person, and it's also a really solid like wombo combo engage tool in a team fight. So I would not be surprised if Yon can win the 1v1 at this state if Camille just ran at him, but we'll have to see. Okay, so we're kind of chilling right now. Min has 2 dragons, so that needs to be something in the back of CWG's mind in terms of what pressure they need to apply and what they need to be cognizant of. Next dragon, that puts Min on soul point. And then once they're on the soul point, you're kind of forced to rotate to every dragon to prevent the soul from being taken. But now that we're at the state, and I think it is Mountain Soul based on the Rift. Right? So yeah, so that is not the biggest thing necessarily for Min. I think Mountain Soul is probably one of the strongest in the game just by default with the shield, but it's really big specifically for the Mumu. Ooh, he catches with the R, but yes. Oh, he's gonna die. Yeah, it was a little bit more aggression combined with the R. Ah, and then Flash of Night Tongue TPs into the Rumble ult. Yeah, that's rough. So 3v3. Oh, they lose that. It sucks so bad. There's maybe a little bit of an over-aggression coming out from the Yon, but it looked good for a second, but I definitely good looks on Sultan from not being immediately on vision, but coming as a counter gank and really saving that play. And obviously the Rumble moving up as well with the Rumble ult just made the play completely unwinnable on the side of CWG.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Oh, I also realized that everything is flipped. CWG on the min side. So let me swap these real quick. Ooh. Bad there, guys. I did not realize that these were positions, so that should be a little more clear. What's going on? Which team is which? Okay. Okay, so right now, I would say that Min is in a really solid position. They have 2 dragons up. They've won the 3v3 pretty hard. And they're in a position now to definitely, I think, control most objective fights. The Camille and the Vi having Sunderer means that I would assume that they can basically blow up anyone. The Yone or the Amumu. Oh, Yone barely survives with the shield from the shield bow. They should be able to kill him here, I think. Yep, he gets the Q. Nice. And they kill the Camille. So it's a little bit of an over-aggression coming in from the Vi and the Camille. They're kind of drunk on power, how good they've been playing these fights and how powerful they've been. Yone barely living, which feels super bad. If he dies there, it's still not great, but, you know, it feels better. Now that just feels super bad. You get nothing, you die. Thankfully, there's no massive objectives directly on the map yet. We do have Dragon up in 55, but both teams will respawn for that. And I would expect after CWG gets this back that they go and look for some vision control. Right now, my aunt Daddy's doing some sweeping, and they already have a little bit of pressure. He has time to back reset, and they're going to get the red onto the Tristana, reset her, and then run everybody to the dragon. Garrett on the reset, a little late, but not the worst thing. I think he can still get there in time. He might be a little bit late, which kind of feels bad, but it's okay. It's spawning in 17. They'll be fine. He'll get there for the dragon. He just won't have that early, maybe bush camp setup that he would want to have. Looking for an early pick. Blitz really wants that early pick going into a team fight if he can get it. Okay, so Camille's coming up from river, and she is going to be somewhat behind the enemy team. She may just run at them. Nope, she's not going to, because her team isn't necessarily in a position, so he's going to back up. That's smart. He's probably getting pinged off, or at least told to. Might go for this immediately. But CWG kind of in a pincer right now, and because their only front line is the Amumu, they have to be careful about the engage coming out from the Vi and the Camille. Not having some type of pressure point to kind of frontline that engage feels bad. And so what CWG has to do is avoid those engage options unless it's on a Amumu, who can soak it and press R. Or the Yone has to, also the Yone doesn't really want to be engaged on. He kind of wants to look for a counter R, wait for the engage to happen, avoid it, and then R back in for a really solid wombo combo, combined with the AoE coming in from the Victor. Okay, so he pulls in Moon. This is not bad. So the R gets landed. They drop things. The Tristana has a really good flank on the side. Blows up Flash of Night. Sultan goes in. He sadly dies, but Kuroi is getting heavily forced off by My Hot Daddy, and they just kill everybody. The Yone maybe could get something here, but he's probably going to die too, I would assume. He's probably going to try to get this, and he's going to get one shot by the Camille, who does 8 billion true damage with Q. Cho'Gath are on Q, and they are going to secure this dragon, I would assume. They could probably just go for it. Get it, no problems. And this will put Min on soul point. So this is definitely going to be a rough one. Right. So they're gonna get this dragon. No problems. No one's gonna do anything about it. So honestly, that fight that we just watched, I think that overall it had a decent beginning with the Amumu getting pulled in. Got an R off, it was fine, but that combined with a really solid middle lane ult because of the way that the formation of the CWG was coming in. The ult removal was good, and I would say shout out to Proton Plat player for the jump off kind of back line one shot of the Flash of Night. He didn't necessarily immediately register probably what was going on because he just has a friendly Tristana is fucking on his ass. Blowing him up, jumping out, not dying. I think that was really good coming out from Noah there. This may be a little aggressive, but he's definitely applying pressure. It's fine. They're getting it. Gary didn't land the hook, but that's fine. I mean, you know, it's hard to always land those. All right. Goat's gonna go here, get this ward, go around and be a nuisance as much as he can be. Sokan goes over, but he's not necessarily in a position to be engaged on, so it's fine. Just looking for a little bit of poke, essentially. Gets out, he's fine. And we are looking at Baron here, who is currently up. That's the next big objective on the map that is probably going to be fought over. Right now, everyone is doing their thing. Yon has TP up, but is getting the bot wave. Camille is somewhat grouped to the team, is probably going to go bot wave and respond to this push. Farai barely gets out. She avoids the, or Tyzcool avoids the Rumble R, but he has to reset. It's a really big chunk of the Seraphine. He could maybe stay and try to spam his cooldowns for health, but it's probably a better idea for him to just leave right now. With a red buff and the current items on Tim, I think Camille in a 1v1 situation has to still somewhat respect. Ooh, Soulpan may be going in. Really good engage from Karoi. They should be able to kill them here. Okay, so they get Soulpan. They do kill. Tai is cool, but they get another kill here. Tim going forward, maybe getting something about Daddy, but he has to go back. Yeah, so Giant Daddy's chunked out. Alturas is here with Injustice, but I think they could maybe pressure a Baron here, just because there's no ult now on the Rumble. The jungler's dead for 20 seconds. The only real threats they have are Garrett coming in with a really solid hook on a carry, or Injustice getting something. Now, obviously, Tim could probably just jump back. He's going to get some damage here and just go for this. They're going to get this Baron and they're going to walk out. There's not much they can do. Oh my god, the cooldown is so low on the Rumble R. I think Boise just needs to go in, except he's died. That flash was a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. Man, it's a lot of damage coming out from the Flash of Night's laser, and Tim is going to back in this bush. He'll probably get out fine. Camille has no R. Damn, that Rumble R is really low CD. Was not expecting that to be up in time for that fight. So that was a really good pick out coming out from CWG. I think it was more on Soulpan, honestly, running in 1v9. Like I said, everyone kind of has that moment in the game where you feel super strong, you feel like you're unkillable, and you just go for anything when you're drunk on power. And you know, sometimes you just go a little too hard and you get caught out. That was really good response, I think, from CWG to almost immediately not let him get away with it. I could just hear Daniel saying, "This is illegal!" Just like bopping his ass, so that was good. Okay. So we're a minute and 12 out from the dragon. Kind of just chilling here. Oh, really good hook coming out from Garrett, and they kill Ty's cool. Alright, so he has 33 seconds. He's going to be up in time for the dragon, but not having your support limits your ability to set up vision here. It limits your ability to gain a lot of control over what's going on in your own jungle. It makes it really dangerous and scary to walk through your own jungle to the dragon. The way the map is positioned, it is a little bit easier for red side to have access to the dragon because of where the pit is organized. Garrett going for another pick. They might kill the jungler here as well. They are. They're going to immediately one-shot him. Really good pick coming out from him. Vi and the Tristana killing Yon, and that is really rough. Yeah, that was really rough. Getting picked out like that in your own jungle because you don't have the ward coverage feels really bad. But like I said, because the support was dead, I think that CWG should have recognized that they don't have the ward coverage and they can't necessarily go for those type of rotations. They need to be much more cognizant of the fact that obviously Garrett is on the blitz screen, who's going to be looking for those aggressive hooks, those aggressive plays. Tristana going really strong, and they should be able to kill Tristana here. Do they kill her? Oh, they do. Nice. Okay, so this doesn't matter though too much. They're probably, I would honestly forget that is even happening, that dragon, and push up that wave to top into mid, and then work your way top as a retreat option. But it looks like they're not going to go for that, and they're just going to back. Min is going to reset. They're going to be fine. Overall, it's whatever. They have the Baron still on CWG. They have actually. Do they have it off now? They might. It might have expired. It might be done. Yeah, it looks like it's gone. So.
A summoner has disconnected.
That's fine. Flash Knight DC. Are they gonna pause? Yep, and they do pause. So. Okay. Oh, he's back. He's back. Our boy is back. Okay, switch over for a second. I'm gonna tab out real quick.
A summoner has disconnected.
Alright, well, I guess we'll just chill and wait until Ben comes back. I'm trying to think, so I think I've pretty much talked pretty much about the game state and the way that it currently is. Min does have Soul now, which feels really good for them. Feels really good to be in a position where that can be leveraged off of you. I think the only thing that could be noted is that now that Elder is available, it does offer a lot of comeback potential for CWG. They get a really good fight, like they leverage like some crazy, really good ace, and then they get it, or the jungler maybe even gets a steal on the Elder, then perhaps they could leverage that into something, but based on the comps and what we've seen, I feel like it's really hard for CWG to actually play the game unless Boise gets like a really crazy, like really solid engage where he just like hooks in, gets a really big R on everybody, Yod gets to R in and stuff. But if they're getting engaged on either through a pull from Alturas or Soulpan just jumping in, Camille going in, even Tristana looking for a flank like she did that previous game or previously in the game, I don't know like how they 100% like do this. It's really hard, to be honest. And they're even tankier now, despite the fact they have no front line. The access to the Mountain Soul basically makes all their members much tankier with a free shield and a lot of bonus MR and magic resistance. So it's kind of this, it's really rough at this point, I think, for CWG. I think the chances of them winning are very low. I would put them in the 20 or 30% maybe, but that might be a little too harsh, I don't know. But that's what I'm feeling at this current point. We'll see what happens. Alright, while we are waiting for this, I think I'm just going to throw it back to the waiting starting soon screen, and we'll just play some music, and I will get us back once the game starts.
A summoner has disconnected.
try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy?
Hello.
As we pass the setting sun?
That's what I'm trying to ask.
Sunday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself
I have not actually. I woke up and I was like tuning up for a game during game 2 when it started. Sick.
Sonny, is it okay if you and Chris do this? And I'll head out.
I mean, yeah, dude, I can do it.
Alright, I wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good time, man.
Thank you.
And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you
Apparently, we are not muted.
in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now,
Dude, it feels so weird hearing my voice.
will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone,
This is high tier gameplay, clearly. I did not. I'm frozen at 26:55. It should. It's like a pause thing to, and I'm at 27, 1, 2, 3. All right. Dope. Looks like we're roughly put together.
Okay, so, oh, I forgot, I turned off the volume because we had a red trinket that was blaring the noise, so there we go. So we're currently in the middle of Game 2, CBOG versus Monsters Inc. And the game has definitely been a lot more in Monsters Inc. favor. I think up to this point they haven't secured the Mountain Soul. So they're definitely have the ease of being a little bit more tanky in general, on top of just being generally stronger in the game right now. Oh my god, Karai dies sadly to a hook from Altaris. That is so sad. Yeah, so we're in a position now where I think that Monsters Inc. can definitely force this turret. I think that Ty's cruise needs to come off of it and just give it. They don't have the wave clear to do anything about this. They're just going to death ball kill this. Team is looking for some pressure bot lane. Ty steps up way too far from Poke and dies. Blitzcrank. That feels really rough. So now they have 2 picks on the bot laners, but they're not really going to leverage those into anything. There's not necessarily anything directly on the map for them to leverage against. Tim is going to get a trade turret, which is good for him.
His turret has been destroyed.
And he's probably just going to reset here, I would assume. Maybe try to clear out some jungle creeps. Or meet with his team mid. No, he's going to do that. That's going too bad. Okay, so Baron coming up in 33 seconds. I'm just waiting for that, see what the setup is. They have a lot of really good vision coming out of the side of Monsters Inc. in CWG's jungle on the dark side. You can see the Victor doing the romp, and I assume Ty's Cool is going to start sweeping here, looking for wards, maybe not.
So something that I would like to point out is that the Yone is now building into Death's Dance. So once he does have Death's Dance completed, I could definitely see him going for something like the Force of Nature or something like that, right? Like, yeah. And a fight's breaking out here in the mid lane. Seraphine ult being dropped, Camille ult being dropped, and it all ends with Amumu being picked up first. I'm terrible at play-by-play during fights.
That's alright. It's alright now. Honestly. Oh, Flash coming on my daddy. He's trying to go onto Flash of Night. Timothy slightly caught out with the Camille though here. Oh, with a lot of pressure. Oh my god, maybe he can get something here? Nope, he's just not tanky enough. They're gonna kill off the Yone. Flash of Night gets out, but they're going to go for the Baron. Here, we'll swap. You can do color and I'll do play-by-play.
Right. So, and once again, once the Yone picks up the DD, you could actually see him 1v3ing there if they don't like focus him down well enough and their CDs are not up during that rotation. But unfortunately he did go for like the triple crit item first, which I don't think is a bad choice, but it's going to be a bit later until he's able to sustain as much damage and frontline for his team as much.
Yeah, I think it's rough just that setup initially from the fight, because obviously Amumu didn't necessarily get like a ton of value. He kind of got focused down, and then Yon got some maybe surprise value that Monsters Inc. wasn't expecting, but they were able to kind of juggle him enough and kill him. So we have the Elder though coming up in a minute, so that's probably going to be the main focus of both these teams. Specifically, Monsters Inc. does not want to give that over because it gives CBG a really good in back into the game. What a farm up for Flash of Night, which is nice to see. But he's still down in gold, I think, with the kills and assists factored in, probably. Actually, maybe not. He's probably still a little bit ahead, but it's not that big a deal. Level's still very strong with the ult.
So, looking at the item spikes and stuff like that, most of the...
Okay, so they might kill Timothy here. Really good catch out there. I don't know if they saw him on a ward. Yeah, they did. So they had good vision in that bush, and they were able to catch out Tim there. What were you saying? Go ahead.
Like looking at like the items, most of the difference is actually in ADC, who has like a full item completed, the Tristana versus the Ashe, but everybody else across the board is basically at 3 items. You see like that Vise has like 3 items completed building into her 4th, but they're really just like CC and engage, and here's Ty's cool.
Boise semi-engaged on, but he's fine. The Camille can't do too much. Ooh, they get a hook back in. They probably can kill Camille here. That's really good. They have the Victor ult on them, but they're going to back off and not continue this fight. I don't think they want to continue it at all. They're just going to try to leverage this pressure. Now, they don't have the support, and the Amumu has to back, which is actually very important. Oh my god, he gets a really good hook on Flash. Honestly, I don't think he needed to Zhonya's there, but it's fine, it's okay. He made sure that he lives. They're going to get this Elder, though. Basically, no contest. I don't think Amumu can get in. Maybe Yone is going to look for some crazy, like, flash over, but no, it's already gone, so he's going to try to run. He's in a bad position. Oh, he gets over. Really good hook coming out from Garrett, and the bomb from Proton Plot Fire. So they get Yone. This is really rough now, so with...
Alturas is an absolute menace on this Blitzcrank. Like, they need to ban that away next game for sure, or pick
really good pick
better.
Proton. Oh, he's going hard. Oh, he might be able to get him too. He gets Flash as well. Wow, this is honestly probably one of the best games I've seen come out of Proton Plot Player. To be honest, almost all of playoffs. He's really getting a lot of pressure here, just solo.
I mean, yeah, he's on one of the best ADCs for Chase, right? Tristana with her rocket jump resets and stuff like that, and she has extremely strong burst combined with one being ahead and then having Elder Dragon on top of that. She just has so much kill threat, to where it's not even about the Blitzcrank anymore. You have to be careful of like walking alone just because the Tristana might be there.
Yeah. So yeah, Garrett's gonna look for a hook here, I would assume. I mean, that's just the pressure and power that Blitz provides. If you just get a hook, anyone you hook's going to get one shot, especially with the new version of Blitzcrank with that additional one-hit damage like I mentioned before. He's so much stronger even as a solo champion, even without a carry on him, but in this teamfight thing. So they hook Amumu. Amumu really wants to get in and get a good R off. He's going to almost immediately get obliterated though, so he can take really good combo though coming out from Flash of Night. I think he gets 2 here. Combination of that stun and R, they're going to probably be able to kill Sultan. They do kill him, but Proton Flatfires have so much leverage damage on the side, they're going to one-shot him. And I think that is Ace. Kroy is just in base, sadly, and she cannot do much, to be honest. I don't know if she was AFK or she was just not able to press up, or she just respawned, I'm not 100% sure, but that is the game going to Monsters, Inc. Alright, cool. Okay, so
The classic Blitzcrank pulls the hard engage tank straight into your team.
I know, that was rough. Okay, I'll put it over to the steering soon until we get draft link going. Let me do this, and I will do this. Okay, and I'll just play some music in between the games, but we should be getting into draft very soon. See you guys in probably like, I would say 3 to 5 minutes.
I did receive an invite, but it keeps saying lobby is full. Yeah, I think that they're kind of just preparing for the Blitzcrank pick again. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up something like the Yumi or the Morgana next. I mean, it's really just like if you hook Nautilus, right, it doesn't really matter because it's Nautilus. So well, with the 2v2, then the Morgana can kind of just black shield the Trist, and the Trist can basically just stat check the Sever because she's not going to get CC'd down, and basically all of Nautilus's damage from his rotation, uh, until like he's auto a few times, is basically just going to be completely nulled. So I don't think it's a bad pick, and I think Tristana's will be able to just kind of stat check the Sever even before the first buy. Like if they went for like a level 2, level 3 all in.
Yeah. Oh, is it unmuted, guys? Was I muted? Oh, apparently I was muted, or I was at least maybe I was just muted. Soundify the Chris. Can you guys hear me? I think it's unmuted now, or it should be. We'll have to wait for them to respond, but it should be good. Chris, you're still muted? Oh no, it says good now. Okay, cool. Alright, my bad. I totally forgot to unmute on the Streamlabs in between when we were doing music and stuff, so that's on me. Okay, so we have Silas and Lilia. Like we were mentioning before, which I don't know if you necessarily heard when me and Sunny Blues were talking, the Sivir not into the Tristana Morgana. Like he said, the Morgana is really good to basically prevent the Nautilus from engaging and for Tristana to stat check Sivir. Interesting to see Lilia coming out from Sulpan. He's known to play that champion. Silas for Flash of Night, and they decided to ban Nasus and Ornn away from Injustice, and then Vayne and Camille away from Timony. Interesting bans.
I mean, it could also be respecting that Tristana could go mid with the Vayne ban. Or Sever. Never mind. I was so confused. I misspoke. Vayne was banned by the Monsters Inc. who already picked up Tristana. So yeah, that is targeted towards the top lane. And they have the Jace pickup blind. Jace being an extremely strong lane bully. I'm actually kind of looking forward to what Monsters Inc. choose to answer with it.
Yeah, we'll see. So Gnar coming out from Injustice and Jace coming out from Timony. Interesting top lane matchup. We'll see what Monsters Inc. decides to pick for their mid laner here. The way that they're kind of organized, I would assume it's somewhat of a team fight comp, so I would assume something that facilitates that should probably come out of Monsters Inc. But we'll see. Malzahar, okay, so we're bringing out the Turbo Cringe, but it is what it is. It is powerful and provides a lot of hard lockdown CC, and we are last picking jungle. And we are picking Rengar for Boise. Damn, okay, that is an interesting pick. You have any thoughts on the fully completed draft, Sonny?
Well, it kind of looks like Monsters Inc. is going for like a very strong team fight, but obviously for CWG, then they picked up the Silas, which means that all of their team fight ults are just going to be tools for the Silas, especially late game when his R cooldown is very short. So we'll see how much work the Silas is able to put in. Like stealing away Gnar ult, Morgana ult, Malzahar ult for picks. So I am, however, very excited to see how the Rengar plays. I'm a huge fan of Rengar as a champion, even though I hate seeing him in my solo queue games. So I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can get done here. I was not expecting the Rengar. I don't know if he has a lot of synergy necessarily with the rest of the composition either. It feels like kind of an oddball pick, but maybe Boise can get something done with it. Maybe it's meant to be specifically a counter pick to Lilia specifically, and I could definitely see that when it comes to jungle skirmishing. Yeah, but I think Monsters Inc. comp is once again a little bit more well constructed. Probably a lot of that is Sulpan's previous competitive experience in making sure that their compositions flow in a way that makes sense and that has a lot of intentionality behind like what they're trying to do. So we'll see how this goes. I think that Jace, and based on the way the trading patterns are going, even in that Camille matchup, even though I think Timony was hard griefing with his being pressed up and dying a lot to ganks, he was, I think, really put his team in a bad position there. I definitely could see in the first and the second game a lot of really well organized trading, and I could definitely see him getting a lot of pressure with this Jace in the top side. So we'll see how that goes. I'm also interested to see if Silas, how Silas survives the Malzahar lane. I would assume that Malzahar can kind of just continuously poke out and make him feel bad. Also, Silas doesn't necessarily have the pleasure of always getting to E2 in. A lot of times, Silas's trading pattern heavily revolves on landing E2 first, and then going in for a W followed up with a possible Q detonation, Q2. But with Malzahar, he obviously has his passive, which prevents both damage and CC at the beginning when hit, if it's not already proc, so he has to proc that first before any trade patterns happen. So I think already that puts Silas in a really bad position, having to lane into Malzahar, on top of just getting R'd or whatever without having to build QSS, which most AP champions don't want to do. So we're kind of in a, this will be interesting, I think. I think overall I like Monsters in comp more, but I could see CWG getting pressure lead.
So I do like Monsters Inc.'s comp post level 6. So the problem with their comp is that they don't have a lot of gank setup early, and Rengar obviously he relies on his ult for a lot of ganks, but he's definitely able to look for some creative tools or creative ganks using, you know, like lane bushes and bot and top, specifically bot who has the Nautilus. But it's kind of like pre-6, then Monsters Inc. doesn't have a lot of gank setup specifically, so they have to kind of, or the Lilia kind of has to play for the counter ganks onto the Rengar, and it's going to be kind of hard reading the Rengar because pre-6 and he's trying to lane gank. So we'll see how the jungle pathing and how they read each other works out, but I think that pre-6 could definitely go to CWG, and possibly they could build like a very large lead and just hard snowball the game. Yeah,
no, I 100% agree. I'll be interested to see like how this goes down. Okay, we're about 3 minutes out for the spectator delay. If you have nothing else to say, Sunny Blues, I think I'll just switch it over to the starting soon screen, and we'll play some little bit more music for about 3 minutes, and then we will come back for the start of the game.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. I'm gonna switch this off. We'll see you guys soon.
You and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next
Are we muted?
Got a pad full of greens, couple M's, my soul, non-believer. Do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. How the favor never see me on the fence. But to leave it when the winners coming. You can never stop me.
Dude, if Sulpan counter ganks consistently against the Rengar, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna win the game because Lilia is gonna get fed, and that champion's disgusting. Yeah, I was just DM'd by Fleas. We are not muted. Oh, no, you are muted. You are muted. I'm not.
Life shifts, makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face done and said. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I could get no pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centipede. You can never stop me.
What are we pausing at?
Okay. We're into game. I'm starting at, right now, I'm at 08, 09, 10, 11, 12. Where are you at?
Same thing.
13?
Perfect.
Alright, cool. We're good. Awesome. Okay, let me pull up the scoreboard real quick. Objective timers. We'll turn off chat. We'll turn off the time controls. Boom. Alright, so we are into game. I'm just going to click on one of these. Camera. And it looks like CWG is looking for a semi-aggressive invade here. My Hot Daddy sees them. So they will not get anything directly off of that gank, or not gank, but I guess invade. And we're kind of just resetting to somewhat of a 5 point. Maybe they're looking as a counter invade, possibly, in case that happens.
Minions have spawned.
So both ADCs opted out to take exhaust this game. I wasn't looking if they did the same thing last game, but
They did.
for laning phase specifically, like pre-6 and just like the 2v2, I think that Kuroi will actually be getting significantly more value out of the exhaust to reduce Tristana burst, while Tristana more of has it for later in the game whenever they start running into the Rengar or the Jace, who could potentially be extremely fed.
Yeah. Let me set up the scoreboard so make sure these are good. Oops. Oh, there was a good up in there. What the? I'll just change them directly. Okay, cool. So that should be right now. And okay, nothing super exciting happening honestly at the beginning of the game. Should be noted that it looks like Rengar is pathing towards top side, so is the Lilia. I feel like the 3v3 when it comes to the crab, they have to be somewhat cognizant of that. It's not necessarily the best thing in the world for them to fight over with the Malzahar who gets native push. They also have a red CWG on that. Okay, so Lilia is going.
Well,
to
Monster
the
Inc. actually did spot out the Rengar top lane, so she's just gonna path to the other side to take that scuttle.
Looks like they're not trying to look for a fight whatsoever with the Rengar, which is understandable. So Rengar is going to get his full clear done, and he's going to grab this scuttle on this side of the mat. Lily is going to complete her Crocs. So both junglers going to end around the same fully completed clears. Might look a little bit to see something. I think he should back here. Yep, he does. Okay, so jungler's about the same. Both of them just look for that full clear now in action. Interesting trade coming out from the Jace. Not bad. I think he wants to pressure this just because of his mana state. He wants to push this hard, get this cannon and then back. Like I was saying though, I think that Ben's doing a decent job in this lane though. He hasn't taken a lot of hits. He's currently up in farm, and Mad Daddy has had to spam all his mana away to force this pressure in the mid lane. So I would say Ben's playing pretty well so far. Flash of Night. Jace is getting the push in onto Injustice. I think if Justice hits well in the tower, he'll be slightly up in farm, but not by a large set of
Well, my hot daddy did actually start Sapphire's Crystal instead of something like the Doran's Ring or Dark Seal, so on his first back, then he should be able to pick up the last chapter, and then he'll just be perma-shoving waves, kind of just keeping Flash of Night locked down in lane for the most part.
This is all fine. Ben is going to... I think he should try to reset here, but he's going to stay. Which I think is a wrong call, because he's low mana, so he's going to probably have to give a plate, I would assume, to my hot daddy who just used his TP. Maybe he could get a press out of this wave, but because Malzahar has so much pressing power, it's kind of hard. Yeah, so he's just going to get this free, Brain did clear, and then he's going to walk down, maybe drop a ward here, maybe look for a roam on bots. He pings, Ty is cool, but they're not going to do much with it. They're going to get the bounce off. So do you have any, you're a support lane, right? Do you have any more thoughts on the bot lane so far and how it's going?
Well, it's kind of like both lanes don't really want to all in, because then it's just like a check of stats. Obviously, I don't think that Sever would out damage the Tristana early, but it's also the fear of them just turning onto the Morgana, right? Because if Morgana black shields the Tristana, then they're just going to turn directly on a Morg and potentially kill her. And if the Sever uses her spell shield to spell shield the damage from the grenade, then that's a large portion of the damage is kind of mitigated. So it's a pretty dangerous lane for either of them to all in without jungle influence or mid influence. And the mid laners are level 6 now. Level 6 for my hot daddy, level 7 for Flash of Night. So we will see hopefully some fights breaking out around the Malzahar ultimate. Probably Flash of Night just opting out to take it away because it's Malzahar ult. Why not?
Yeah, so that's literally like what I was talking about in the original thing. Silas, a lot of his trading power comes from the fact that he can E in, hit you with the E, CC you and pull you in. Also, most people don't know that E is his hardest healing ability, I think, unless you hit Q1 and Q2. So, completely negating that with a Malzahar passive just feels really bad for Silas. Yeah, right now we're honestly, like you said, just kind of chilling. I'm interested to see why Tristana bought... He has 3 pot and 3 longsword. That's an interesting early back. Maybe he just wants to maintain pressure. I feel like you would, maybe he didn't have the gold at the time to finish his Noon Quiver. I feel like you kind of want that if you can.
Well, I think the longsword 3 pot were from initial buy, right? Like the longsword and 3 pot, but the 2 extra longswords, I'm not completely certain. He might even opt out to go into like an early serrated Dirk. It's not like an uncommon thing to do, as like Tristana players and like Kai'Sa players, you know, like the ADCs with a bit of burst on them.
Yeah. Huh, okay. So yeah, so there's not really anything happening here top. He's gonna get the R here, but I mean, I think Jace just like fucks you up early. I think Injustice is kind of trolling here, but it doesn't matter because Sultan's here. I think a lot of that was probably just there to pressure, but we have Rengar here. Get Flash out of Lilia. She can't do anything. Good counter great coming in from Boise there. I think maybe Injustice was just trying to bait for the Lilia and didn't expect the Rengar to be here, but that was a little too close for comfort. While Flash is burned by the top side. Control shift and zoom out a little further.
Yeah, he just pulled the trigger a bit too early. Of course, like his Meganar was running out, so he kind of had a timer of his own that
Yeah.
he needed to play around. But Lilia is level 6, right? So they could have started the gank off by looking for potentially a Lilia ult. So I think it was just Injustice wanting to pull the trigger versus waiting for his jungler to do it.
Yeah. Kuroi getting thing, and they're going hard on Kuroi. I don't think they can get a kill here. They get a knight on him. Kuroi, okay, Tristana gets to jump out. I think it's fine. Ty might be looking for a Q. Okay, he gets flash out of Proton Plat player. Honestly, it just shows there, like, Tristana has a lot of aggressive engage, but it's also really nice to have that jump, because if you do fuck up, something goes wrong, you get exhausted, you can just jump out. So that's really good. We don't get much here. Boise is playing on the edge of vision. Good vision thing. I don't think that they saw him. They have a ward here. I think they want to engage. Yeah, so they want to bait this. Sulpan's coming in. Now we have Rengar. I think they're going to be able to kill Ty's cool, and I don't think Rengar wants to fight this, but maybe he's just going to go for it anyways. Okay, yeah, no. So they're just going to kill Ty's cool, and they're going to walk away. Good intention from Boise, but it's kind of just a messy fight. Not well set up necessarily, but it's fine.
So that's kind of what I was talking about with jungle tracking. Sulpan, I'm not sure if he was like reading like that Rengar could be there, or if Monsters Inc. as a whole was reading that. But I think that if CWD was reading that Lilia could be there, then that entire interaction would have gone a lot differently, right? Like the Nautilus was a bit too far for the Rengar to actually jump onto any target at the beginning of that entire interaction.
Yeah. Okay, so we're kind of still just chilling here. To me, is a solid 20 CS lead. He's getting CS leads most of these games. It's kind of expected, both the matchup and just player skill levels kind of should be expected, but it's fine. Justice is kind of just chilling, getting his farm. I think when it gets to team fights, there's a lot less onus on him to get something done. Basically, Justice just has to build the hardcore and go for a big R engage. Sadly, that power Q does not get anything. He's probably just going for a force out on this wave. Probably look for a back here, yeah. Okay, so objectives on the map. So we have Dragon, which CWG seems to be collapsing on. Timony is staying in the top side, and it looks like Monsters Inc. is trading that for a Rift Herald. Karai gets hard engaged on by Proton Platform. He jumps over, but I don't think he can do anything here. He's kind of badly cut out. Honestly, I think that they should go hard on this Tristana and kill him, punish him for what's going on. He has the R coming out. They're going to hit it. Someone needs to go over and hit that blast plant. Okay, they're fine, and they kill Proton Plot player for his over-aggression. Okay, so they get Dragon, but they get a Rift Herald in mid, which gives, I think, just solo Malzahar 2 plates there? That's pretty good.
Oh, well, the Rift Herald always gives gold over to whoever dropped it,
yeah,
so
yeah,
Sulpan did actually pick up another 160.
Yeah. Okay, Timony should die here. Yep. So really good gank there coming in from Sulpan and Timony there.
It's like they're reading my mind. Injustice doesn't need to start the gank with the ult, right? They have enough damage. The Jace is not tanky enough at this stage in the game to be able to deal with the damage of Mininar, as long as he's also being damaged by the Lilia. And we see another fight breaking out mid.
Yep. So he's just doing a little poke. Besides, is kind of chilling right now. Okay. So Silas is technically a little bit above the Malzahar, but I don't think that matters too much because Silas needs that lead to be relevant, where Malzahar is relevant regardless, because of his R and value of his aids just natively. We do have a little bit of a lead in the jungle for Sulpan, who's gotten better ganks off overall than Boise, who has had a rougher time trying to get those ganks off, but I think it's definitely okay for the most part. It's still ahead slightly in top side, but not a big one. Doesn't matter too much. Overall, Min about a little bit less than 1,000 gold ahead, about 900, 800 now. So not a big lead. We're still kind of in a neutral state. CWG does have access to a dragon, which you usually... I don't know how much dragons are worth now after the changes, if you do know.
It's like 25 gold.
Really?
like
I
like
thought
for
the-
gold wise,
I
yeah.
thought new dragons were... Well, I mean, more like the stats. Like how much the stats are worth on a dragon.
Oh, the stats. I mean, I think that the first two dragons have actually a lot of influence on the game, and the next dragon will be Ocean. So I think Infernal and Ocean are probably the best dragons to have before Soul. Obviously, Cloud Soul being the weakest, but with champions like Rengar and Sever who want to be able to like move as much as possible, then I don't think it's the worst thing for their comp. But I think that the Infernal Soul will actually pull its weight. And a fight breaking out mid. Flash of Night just being taken down immediately, and the Lilia's ahead.
Yep. And they're both gonna die here because Lily is just so strong in the fight. Karai walked forward and sadly dies as well. Flash Justice, they get it.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you just don't want the Lilia to be ahead at any point in this game, and they practically got 2v3 there, right? Injustice coming a little bit late and really only having a lot of influence on killing Karoi.
Yeah.
So they actually end up losing 2 towers. The mid lane tower already being pretty low, but they lose a large majority of map as well
Yeah.
because of that exchange.
Yeah. I actually looked it up, and apparently, currently dragons are worth about 2,500 gold total in terms of stats. So technically, I would say previous to that fight, CWG did have actually a decent lead if you think about the stats that they give as just pure gold. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean you get to decide where that gold is allocated because obviously different dragons provide different things, but it's kind of nice. But now the lead is pretty heavily in Monster Inc.'s favor after that really strong early skirmish in mid lane.
See, my thing is like Infernal Dragon, right? It scales with you, right? Or most of the dragons scale with you because it's like percentage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like at this point in the game, I don't think Infernal Dragon is actually worth that much, but once they start getting more items, they start scaling a bit more, you know, like 2-3 items on everybody, then I think that it'll be worth a lot.
Yeah. It probably scaled like somewhere between 75 and traditional that you have. Okay, so man, it looks like it's really hard. I don't want to like hard playing the Rengar pick, but it looks like it's so hard for like CWG to fight in these positions with the Rengar. And
well,
it's also
it's just Lilia.
Yeah,
Lilia is
so
just
strong.
so strong. Like that looked really good. You know, it looked like they had caught my hot daddy out. But he's able to just ult Flash of Night and just kind of survive.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just like a game of trying to play where the Lilia isn't.
Yeah.
You know, and it's pretty hard to do because she has so much move speed. They have control of the map, right? Having mid and bot towers already taken. So any dragon or bot play, they'll have kind of like more liberty to look for anything around there. So it's a rough spot for CWD to look for anything like good. So I think that they should kind of just forget bot side, right? And obviously laning phase is over, so it's not like saying weak side bot, but it's more of like the bot champions. I think that the Sever just needs to be clearing waves mid and bot, or mid or bot, and the Rengar just needs to put all of his attention and resources into ensuring that the Jace maintains a lead.
Yeah.
Right now, obviously, Triforce is really expensive, so it's hard to say whether he's ahead or not of the Gnar, but he does have Eclipse finished, he's working on Mana Immune, has most of the components for that, so...
They're gonna catch our Rengar here and kill him in his jungle. Damn. Yeah, this
That's
is
just
rough.
a bad feeling.
Yeah. You're kind of just in a rough spot now. Rigger is not getting accelerated to the point that he wants to be. He wants to be strong enough that he kind of just one-shot somebody with lethality, but obviously is not really the state that he's currently in. With quite a bit of a poke here, and they're gonna drop the Rift Herald, looking to break this mid-lane inhibitor. To me, it's a side poke. I don't think he's gonna do anything with it though, to be honest. Yeah, they're just gonna let this charge go off on the inhibitor. Doesn't really matter. I think the way that damage works now on those important structures, it is segmented, right? Oh my God, Boise, Daniel, you're griefing, brother. Oh no, dude, this is rough. Oh, that feels so bad.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of just at the point in the game where he's not able to jungle in his own jungle, and it feels really bad. Especially playing champions like the Rengar, where it's kind of like, if you're not one-shotting the enemy ADC or the enemy mid laner or something like that, then you kind of just don't really have a purpose anymore.
It feels so bad. Oh, he almost kills Sultan, but he gets a heal there. I think they can kill Injustice here. They have Timony. Oh, he flashes the empowered Q, and they get away. That just shows it there. It feels so bad that the two of them, with those tools, can't kill the fucking Lilia. So Timony is gonna run away. Damn, I don't know. This just feels really bad if you're CWG. Like, what do you do? It's like your jungler can't do anything. It's just too strong.
Yeah, and like I said, right, like you see a lot of damage coming out from this Jace, and of course, he failed to be able to one-shot the Morgana.
Yeah.
But he does do a lot of damage at this point in the game, so I think if they want any hope of bringing this game back from the brink, then they need to play around him, right? Have the Sylas ult for him, have Nautilus engage for him. Rengar basically just needs to be, at this point in the game, a guard who basically just shadows him and goes in on anybody who threatens his life, right? It's it's not a very thought out play that people do, or like strategy that people do, but being a damage threat and not actually being a damage threat, like playing a damage threat character, that is, and not being a damage threat, it's kind of like you just have to play for your strongest character on your team and just kind of assist them.
Black Knight could probably get a kill here, I think. They're just solo, honestly. Doesn't even really need Tim at all. That's really good. Really good play out there coming in from Ben. I think I would compliment and say that Ben, I think, has played a little bit better than My Hot Daddy so far in this series. But it is, I think, just a rough spot considering how strong the Lilia is. The Gnar was somewhat held down in lane, but it's Gnar, and at a certain point you can kind of just get pressure by just like jumping in and going for ult plays. Or he just sort of run the Sadie carry and try to get something. He's not going to, because it's just so hard to get something there. They're not even going to kill Proton Plot player. That feels so bad. Yeah, I think this game is almost, it's not actually unwinnable, but it feels pretty unwinnable for CWG with all of your kills. You have 1 kill on the Rengar, 2 on the Sylas, nothing else. Everyone else is just having such a rough.
I mean, yeah, and once again, right, they're trying to force a play without their strongest member, right? Of course, like the Jace, he's only going to get stronger, right? He's doing a really good job of farming, still has a healthy, like, almost 30 CS lead onto the Gnar. Of course, you can't really say he's ahead now because of like the turrets taken, and Gnar has actually picked up 4 kills and 2 assists. So you can't really say that he's ahead of the Gnar, but I still do think that he is CWG's strongest player right now. Just being that Jace has a lot of damage. Specifically, like, he has lethality, he's about to have his mana immune completed, so it's, I think that they need to start playing around him more, right? They're trying to force fights without him, and it's really just, they're all working out negatively.
Yeah.
And Monsters Inc. just starting up the Baron.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything COG can do about this. They get the Baron, but they're probably just gonna hard rush it down mid. This is getting a little bit of a push bot, but he's probably going to try. Okay, that hits the wall, so Boise is fine. He gets out. Okay. This feels... okay, Suji is here. Oh my god. Proton... it feels so bad when you're the Rengar, you're the assassin. The AD carry can dash on top of you, and you have to flash away from them. Like, it feels so bad.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It feels so bad. This Rengar is just, I just feel bad because like the Rengar just has no ability to really play this game because all of his power is locked into those bushes, getting those one shots. He doesn't have the gold to one shot. He doesn't really have access to the bushes because his jungle is in control of the enemy. So he really just has no real plays he can go for. It feels so bad. But I think you're right. I think the only thing they can really do is try to play for some really good poke coming out of Tim, and maybe look for some really strong like anti-engage. If like Sulpan decides to go in and maybe isn't taking enough to absorb a full combo from Tim or something like that. Did buy the
Sylas? The Sylas does have
really good R coming out from Flash of Night. I think they just need to kill Garrett here. I think they need to. Oh, so Tim's dead. This is fine though. I don't think they want to keep fighting this. Oh, Tim's dead. But that was actually really good. I think that was a really good play from Tim, even though, not Tim, but Flash of Night getting that kill. Now they can kind of just chill here. They might lose this turret, but I think they can fight for the inhib at least. Yeah, they're not going to try for the inhib. That's fine. They might interrupt these back.
And I mean, like, breaking down inhibs without the intent of winning the game in the next couple of plays or next play is kind of a dangerous game. The mid lane inhib being down just grants extra gold just constantly flowing into the base of CWG, so it's allowing them to scale a little bit more. And of course, like, Koroi is still extremely behind Proton Plat player, right? Proton Plat player almost having Bloodthirster completed while Koroi is still working on building LDR. But it's a very tough spot for CWG. Of course, like, Team Money has to play these fights extremely well if he wants to have like a large impact, and I would not be surprised if I saw QSS and just a flash in from Injustice just grants the Flash of Night pick.
Flash R, both from my Daddy and Injustice. Not Flash from Justice. My Daddy didn't have to do that, but it did just basically say you will not move, you will die now. Okay, so I don't really know how they can repel this. They kind of have to give all 3 inhibs, which feels so bad. Now looking there, that is the damage coming from Tim, but like it's not like so insurmountable at the same poke that you're like really scared. I would say like you need to respect it, but I don't know. It feels really bad when even your strongest member doesn't even do half their health bar with an empowered Q chunk. Okay. So we're setting up, it looks like, for Dragon. Monsters Inc. is currently on track to go to Soul Point. I probably just want to get this real quick, and then we're just going to concede it because they can't do much about it. And they're kind of just going to sit here. And it also feels really bad, once again, for Rengar, because this is one of the things I think that people undervalue, why people really hate like jungle sometimes. If you get fucked and your team like can't help you get control of your own jungle, you're kind of in this position where you have no access to gold. Like, you're permanently stuck in a very limited amount. You're literally relying on passive gold to get anything. Like, he has no jungle waves to farm. He has to get the lane waves to his laners. Like, it just feels so bad to be Rengar in this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, before they're pushed all the way into their base, then even whenever they're losing like tier 1s and tier 2s, then and their laners are falling behind, then a lot of his camps will, or a lot of junglers' camps will oftentimes go towards their solo laners and their ADC because they are usually going to be the damage threats, especially like if somebody's playing a tank jungle. Of course, Rengar not being a tank jungle, it's even worse for him because the person that you want to see doing big damage at this point in the game is the Jace, the Sylas. So it puts him in a very difficult spot to even try to like influence anything in the game.
Red team's inhibitors respawning soon.
Yeah. Okay. We're backing up.
Red team's turret.
We're gonna go the other way, but yeah, this is the pain that happens whenever you get triple inhib. Is they're just being a barrage of an endless amount of minions on top of the enemy team. Ty looks for maybe a quick play. He doesn't get anybody here, but yeah, they're gonna force the minion waves in. Sultan looking for a really nice RNG. Justice is building rage, but he's not gonna have access to his R immediately. Ooh, Ben gets a really good hook into Injustice, but I don't know if he has damage really to do much. They probably can just end the game. Tristana is free hitting the Nexus, and they're just going to win. There's nothing they can do. And that is Game 3 going to Monsters, Inc. They're now on game point. And yeah, we're going to see how CWG adapts from that game. I think that one thing that can be done is definitely find a different, more stable jungler champion to pick. I think the Jace was fine, but maybe something with more pressure that you can group with your team better might be good on Tim, but I don't think this necessarily was a problem. I think honestly it just comes down to the fact that Soulpan was able to exert so much pressure on this game.
I mean, it's kind of like you didn't see a lot of good Rengar ults and like lane ganks coming out from the Rengar, so I think that they should just replace it or ban safe picks away. Like if you're gonna pick up the Nautilus, ban the Morgana away or pick it up for mid. I don't know if Flash of Night plays Morgana mid, but I think that if they're going to play the Rengar, then they need to have very solid gank setup. Versus like the Lilia, who's able to kind of just like run into your lane after taking Scuttle Crab at Mach 5.
Go to the expectation. Alright, so we are going to have to wait for them to set up the lobby and the draft tools. So I'm going to very shortly, actually wait, I'm going to wait because they may be able to start up their draft immediately. So I'll wait a second. We can maybe still talk. If they have to take a break, then we'll put up some music, but it looks like they're trying to set it up really quickly.
So what kind of draft changes do you want to see in this next game?
Well, like I said, Rengar, that was not the play. But I think that's pretty obvious. No reason to harp on that anymore. I think that Timony plays better on something like the Udyr in the first game, where he can kind of just like brute force pressure and prove that he's just the better player. I think he definitely, based on the laning, can do that, but I just don't feel like the Yone and the Jace were really the picks to do that, like in the first and second game. So I feel like maybe he should try to see if he can find something a little bit more 1v9 that does it, that gives him early pressure rather than just late game scaling pressure. I don't really know if I have many notes honestly on bot lane. I think that they're just playing pretty consistently, and it's just that Proton Plot player found a champ that he can be much more effective on than the first game. So they're kind of just playing it out the way that you would expect. And I think Ben's been playing well on all of his champs. I think he's honestly been playing technically better than My Hot Daddy, but My Hot Daddy's a lot less pressure on him to do things. So I think it really just comes down to the jungle in the top lane, not thinking it through all the way. Like I wouldn't expect Karai to come out with a crazy like 1v9 performance.
Have they made a lobby yet?
Yeah, I'm in the lobby right now. Do you need an invite? I don't think I have you friended.
Yes, I do. I sent you a friend request in the last lobby.
Well, I'm just trolling, I guess. Is it Fateless?
Yeah.
Is it Faetless?
Yeah, I'm in the spectator now.
Okay. I'll send you a friend request. Maybe that can work. Okay, so, and I see the draft is going up. There are in drafts, so let me transition over to the draft screen. Boom, and we're already in. Okay. We are speedrunning this series. I like to see it. Okay, so we have the Zillion and the Tristana banned away from for CWG, and the Kale and Azir banded out from Monsters Inc. It looks like there's not really going to be any draft adaptation outside of the Tristana for CWG so far, which kind of makes sense because I think that Proton's definitely shown that he can be much more useful and generally stronger on that pick. I think that not having him have both the ability to go in and burst someone down as well as get out safely, definitely has a lot more opportunity for them to abuse Proton players' tendencies. And the Vex taken away from my hot daddy. Alright, and the Maokai taken away from Monsters, and we are first locking the Seraphine from CWG. Okay.
I mean, Tyus Cool has actually performed extremely well on the Seraphine, and I have noticed that he's really good at playing champions with like large team fight ultimates, right? The Seraphine, Renata. So I think that is a very big win for CWG.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Okay, so we have Jinx coming in for CWG to pair with the Seraphine and Lucian Nami on the side of Monsters Inc. That's a lot of pressure Lucian Nami can provide. Interested to see how Proton and Garrett pull that out. So you have Victor coming in from Ben and the Jarvan coming in for Sulpan. I think Sulpan really prefers to have a lot of pressure and ability to like kind of assert his presence on the map as much and as early as possible. So I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. From what I've seen so far in the series, that gives him a lot of tools.
I want to see a Yasuo pick right now
The Yasuo on what side? On min side?
on Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
I think that if they last pick it and CWG fails to pick up any like definitive hard engage, then I think that they will just hard win the game. Because then the Seraphine R is one of their biggest teamfight tools, and the Yasuo can just win wallet. But of course, like I think that they should save mid for last. If they are even thinking about that, I don't know if my hot daddy really plays Yasuo, but I would love to see a Yasuo pick already in this game.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen him play. Did he play Yasuo? It looks like he's going Rumble. I would assume that's Rumble mid again. So it looks like we're going Rumble mid.
I'm also a huge fan of Rumble. What a lot of people do not know that this is my second account, and my first account was Rumble and Sejuani, basically exclusively being played. So I was a huge fan of Rumble. I was a huge fan of Sejuani, so both of those champions, I love to see them in games. And we'll see the Ornar top lane.
It looks like it. Okay. So now we're seeing Rumble mid, Gnar top. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the completed draft now that we're done?
I think that CWG did draft an easier comp to pull off when it comes to team fights and how they play it. But I do think that Monsters Inc.'s draft is significantly more deadly when it comes to the Wombo combo. Through the Rumble, through the Gnar, through Jarvan, and even like the Nami ult is able to do a lot of work. So I think that if Monsters Inc. do get ahead, do have the capability to look for the Gnar ult into Rumble ult, J4 engage, right? If J4 falls behind and is squishy, I think that they will detrimentally lose the game. Kind of like similar to what we saw last game with Rengar, right? He wasn't very useful because he was so behind. He was just kind of getting one shot, and I think that the exact same thing could potentially happen with the J4. But of course, for CWG, whenever level 6 hits, right, Nocturne's ulting whatever lane, probably top, does have the best gank setup. but of course, like Rumble, if his flash is down, he's extremely vulnerable. So we'll have to look out for that for sure.
Yeah, I think that I like both the junglers for both sides this game. I think the Lily was good last game, but I think that the J4 gives Sulpan a lot of that early gank power to put into his lanes, and I think that the Nocturne is a better pick than the Rengar from last game, just because, like I said, Rengar is like really strong when he's ahead, but the problem is he really requires access to bushes and control, and he gets pushed out, it's rough. Even if Nocturne gets kind of far behind and he's not like super strong, it is definitely bad. It's not good, but if he can click R and just dash to somebody on command, the use of the Nocturne R is so valuable. So I think that this is overall a much safer pick, while also providing a similar level of pressure that they can probably apply. I would suspect, based on how everything's going, that maybe Boise looks for a single gank top, but I think tries to propel a lot of that pressure either towards bot or towards the mid lane. Just because, like I said before, I think Ben's playing better generally than My Hot Daddy just straight up laning, and I think you could trust him with some form of lead to have a lot of pressure. And I think bot lane with the Jinx Seraphine, if you could upset the Lucian Nami and put them behind, that's obviously really good. And Proton is known to be a very overly aggressive player. Same honestly with Garrett. So I could see them being maybe caught out in a bad position and the Nocturne capitalizing.
So I think that the ball is in Monsters Inc. court when it comes to early game, right? You have the J4, you want to pull off pre-6 ganks, right? Get leads in honestly all of your lanes pre-6 if possible. But of course, jungle tracking and things like that will hopefully prevent that for the side of CWG. And then once it gets to like mid and late game, I think that the ball will be entirely in CWG's court if Monsters Inc. has not obtained such a substantial lead that they're able to just kind of stat check straight through the Seraphine, straight through the Jinx damage. So we'll see how they play that out. CWG does have an extremely strong team fight, and if the Nocturne does get ahead, then he'll be a massive threat onto the Rumble, a massive threat onto Lucian. So
yeah, I would agree. Okay. All right, so we're locking in all the champs. I think that's all thoughts I have on the draft. I think you are done as well. If you have nothing else to say, then I guess I'll throw it to some music and we'll wait for the start of the game.
for sure.
All right, cool. So we will see you guys in roughly 4 minutes. Goodbye.
You good? I just heard you let out a very exasperated sigh.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिसमें तरूं, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिसमें वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब ना कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Get your team, I'm the king of kings. Brother and
Okay, let's stop the music and let's get into game.
I'm at 12, 13,
14,
14.
15. I think we're synced.
Bet.
Cool, cool, cool. Good to see, good to see. Alright, boys.
Welcome
Let's
to
see
Sunrise
how
Rift.
this goes. I'm excited to see what both sides can do here.
So Proton Plat player did actually opt out to take Exhaust instead of Cleanse, which was something that I was hoping to see. Like, I wanted to see him take Cleanse for the Seraphino, for the Fear off of Nocturne, because I do think that he will be a value target for the Nocturne to jump on. So I feel like that will end up playing negatively for him in the first levels if he does not successfully dodge the Seraphino, if he doesn't kite out the Nocturne well enough. But obviously there is QSS, there is Mikhail's Blessing, which the Nami could definitely pick up to help keep him keep him from being CC'd down. So we'll just have to see what happens around level 6.
Yep. Okay. So they are doing a pretty normal stuff. It looks like Jarvan is pathing towards bot side, where Boise is pathing towards the top side. Interesting. So yeah, I would, like I said before, I kind of assume, I guess, in this situation that he's going to go for a quick little gank on the top side of the map. He's probably going to try to get Injustice a solid, or not Injustice, but Timony solid lead into the game, and then transition that into pressure on the mid and the bot side. But maybe they try to hard force for Tim in this lane, but I honestly don't think they need to. I think you getting Ornn an early lead is fine, maybe not even 100% even necessary, but if you want to go for it, I think it's fine, just because Ornn, when he's strong, can kind of just force Injustice to stay pretty far back, because he's always in threat after level 6 of the Ornn one-shot combo, especially in mini-Gnar. So I will likely see, I think, a gank topside, but maybe he'll transition to mid or something like that.
And I'm no expert on Gnar, but I do think that if he built Bork, then he would actually have a lot of kill pressure onto the Ornn. So having a lead on the Ornn would hopefully like circumnavigate that into their favor.
Yeah, that was a really good combo coming in from Nami and Proton Blood player and Alturas there. That was a really good little trade. Oh, flashing forward. Sadly not getting anything, but they do get the flash out Jinx, and Jinx is pretty low. Proton is low enough now. I don't know if they want to go for a dive play, but J4 looks like he's maybe at least looking for a little bit of invade, feeling out the camps that have been taken. Oh, wow, and they get it! PTA, gank mid, pushing back Ben Sulpan. Boise is just looking to get Scuttle Crab, it looks like, in this side. Damn, that is really rough though for the Jinx Seraphine lane. But I think it's okay. Like, it's not great. Oh, he might die. Does he die here? Oh, he doesn't. It looks like he gets out. J4.
I mean, J4's there.
Yeah, J4's gonna easily kill for right here. Okay, so they should. That's rough. I think he gets out, sadly. Ooh, good flash auto from Ornn, I think Ornn gets out. Yeah, he does. Cool. Okay, so they successfully ganked the top lane Gnar, and Ornn is now, I think, in a really solid state. Once he gets his Bomby Cinders and everything, people aren't familiar with the Ornn combo. It is Q into R1. The first Q slows them. The R applies a stack of brittle. You dash forward with your E to knock them up and proc the brittle stock. You can drop a W and then you R again, and basically you get like 3 brittle procs in the entire combo, and it can easily one-shot mini Gnar if Tim is strong. Ornn, this is a little aggressive. I don't know about this. Now he has a wave, so I think it's actually fine, but he's playing with fire. But I think he knows his limits. It's fine to just have it forcing Gnar to play in the wave. He's gonna back. The one thing that feels bad though too is that Injustice just TP back to lane, so now he doesn't have the ability to back and TP back. Ooh, so we get flashed out of the rumble here. It looks like they're just setting up for Dragon.
And that is the like very scary part of playing Rumble, especially into these champions with hard CC like the Nocturne, right? You have to flash away basically exclusively to survive. So that will be a crucial tool to stay alive in the laning phase. So I would not be surprised if in the next couple minutes, whenever Nocturne hits level 6, that he just immediately looks for mid lane.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Okay. Kind of just waiting this one out right now. Kind of just seeing what other each team decides to apply that pressure. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water.
So we do see Sulpan just pathing back towards top lane. Nocturne maybe looking for a reset as well. I mean, he's not level 6 yet. I don't know why he's just sitting in this bush. He does have top camps up. His red is respawning soon, which I'm pretty sure would give him level 6. And he could even just walk into bot lane here and help them shove if they wanted to look for a back. But it does look like he will just turn towards his red, hopefully get level 6 off of that. And I mean, I want to see him turn mid. I think that Rumble, although I love the champion, he does have huge flaws when it comes to laning phase, and it is just a natural trade-off that has to come from him being such a strong teamfight champion.
Yeah. Tim feigning the pressure from Sulpan, gets away, he's fine, he resets the waves a bit. We're kind of just chilling right now.
So Nocturne is not quite level 6 yet. He is somewhat close. He's about like 4/5 of the way there. He's just walking over a ward casually. It looks like they're just gonna start up the dragon after being aware that Sulpan is aware of this. Rumble is up. All ultimates are up on both sides, so I would not be surprised if we saw a fight break out here.
Oh, and they get Koroi with the fadeaway W. Okay, so Boise slays the dragon. Oh, he R's back in. Does he actually? Oh my god, he survives it. He gets the triumph. Feels really bad for Sulpan. I think Boise for sure dies here, though, obviously. I don't know if the flash was necessary, but it is what it is. And they get the kill on Boise, but he got the dragon. That's what he wanted. So I think overall he'll take that.
Absolutely. I think that the Lucian Nami should have rotated up significantly sooner. You know, like they knew that they were on dragon. Like it was, or they knew that they were there at least. So I think that them greeting for Koroi was not the best play that they could have made. I think that if they just rotate up and they just cleanly wipe all of them, right? The Nocturne did get very low taking the dragons. So the fact that he did live is completely due to the fact that he had his spell shield up. That spell shielded the Jarvan R damage. But they will be able to successfully trade the Rift Herald on top side. the Nocturne had hit level 6 off of the Dragon take, which was crucial to him living.
Okay. So right now, let's see. So it looks like Ornn is going for either Sunder. Oh, and that's Flash and a mini Ornn. That definitely feels bad, especially because that means that the if he's in a bad position now, and Ornn has R up, I think that it is pretty much guaranteed that he will die as long as Timony does not fuck up his combo. So Ornn it just really needs to be careful with what level of health he's at different points. Oh my god, the flash forward, the aggression coming out of Proton, honestly pretty good. They actually kill him with a combination of My Hot Daddy. Really good heavy aggression coming out from mid spot lane here. And good use.
And a really good roam from My Hot Daddy to pick up both of those kills. That's so huge for them as a team. The Rumble being their sole AP damage, that you want to see him being very strong. You want to see him doing a lot of damage and having his ult be like a major threat in these team fights, ticking for, you know, like 300, 400 damage.
Okay, so they get that play, and I think they're probably just kind of gonna relax for a bit now. Probably want to wait and see.
No shot. They're not gonna relax. They're gonna fight him some more. I mean,
gosh.
it's just natural.
Yeah, Tim just kind of bullying Injustice a little bit here on the Nard. Okay, so Boise gets that off. He's probably gonna get this thing fine. I think he can. Nope. Oh, he's just gonna die straight up to My Hot Daddy.
I mean,
That
My
is
Hot
wrong.
Daddy uses Flash, which he didn't need to do. But yeah, I don't think the Rumble should be scared of the Nocturne at all in the 1v1 anymore. Especially if he finds them in a situation like that.
Oh my god, he goes in for it and flashes out. That was bold. He gets out though, no kills. Okay. Damn. A lot of aggression coming out from both teams, honestly. Swift can also take the... Super big here. Oh, Justice fucking getting sadly killed there. The combo, like I was saying. I don't think it was a perfect Ornn combo, but
Yeah, it wasn't. It was more broken up, but
is what
he's
it
able to
is.
just kind of stat check him at this point because of his lead, because he has Sunfire finished. And once again, I do think that Gnar should be building into Bork here, but I'm not like an expert on that stuff, so I could be wrong.
yeah, he can build Bork. It's just like it's rough when you build Bork because it just really limits like the amount of like tankiness you can provide for team fighting. I think that's what he wants to prioritize. I don't know if he's necessarily looking to side lane against Ornn. I think.
Well,
that
I mean, at this point in the game, your team is all ahead, so I do think that he should be looking for being a potential split push threat, right? Your team doesn't need
Yeah.
you to be that engaged tool right now.
Yeah. See right there, like Injustice hit him for a while, and like Ornn just has to land a little bit of combo. He ends up lower health than Ornn, so it just feels bad.
And I mean, the Bork isn't gonna keep the Ornn from doing damage to you, but you'll be able to push through his armor stats a lot more easily with your on hit, and you'll be able to kite him out a lot more because of the speed buff. So I do think that it would have been the right play.
Okay, so they're gonna get a little more control over their jungle now. We're gonna give the red to the Nocturne, which kind of makes sense because Proton and Alturas have really been ramming down Kurai and Tai's Ghoul. That obviously the Lucianami is known to just be a really aggressive, super strong early combo. Kind of interesting build though coming out. From
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Lucian. I don't think I've seen Storm Razor before, but you know, it is what it is. It is a
I mean,
really aggressive item at minimum, I'm pretty sure.
I do think that it's not. I don't think it's troll. For sure, you know, it offers more potential for like any kind of chase and kite.
Yeah.
So I do think that it's pretty a pretty solid first item, especially being so far ahead, right? Like the damage stats that you get off it. It's a pretty cheap item. It's cheaper than all mythics basically. Like Gore Drinker sells for more than it, and Injustice is just caught again.
I mean, the same way that bot lane is heavily ramming down mid's bot lane, they're getting a decent amount of pressure top, but I think the level of pressure you're seeing out of the bot lane from Monsters Inc. is so much higher, though, than necessarily just like Ornn killing Injustice a few times.
I mean, my hot daddy was able to successfully trade back the Ornn, and he just runs it, and that's that's the problem with the Rumble, is that you can't really, like, unless you are aware of where the entire enemy team is, then you can't really chase into anything, or you're probably just gonna die because you're no mobility, right? He didn't have his mythic completed, and I don't think that he has enough even now because he hasn't picked it up yet.
Yeah, so looks like Croton Plot player is going to take that last Crocs and back. They're looking to reset for Rift Herald, it seems. Getting some vision pressure here. Tai is going to be some magic. He needs to be careful of not being engaged on by Jarvan. I think that Tim is a little aggressive here. He should know the Soul Man is probably coming. And they're going to kill Tim here. Damn.
He was lived for so long, but most of it was being CC'd. It just feels so bad.
And I feel bad for Tim because he's in a position where like he's doing really well in his lane. He's like winning against a technically counter pick, but his bot lane is so far below. Good flash from Ben, but I mean it's really hard to get away from all this engage power. I'd say like a lot of key things you could see that really shows a lot of power, specifically in how the Liga is like fashioned, or at least the way that it seems to be played, both here from Monsters Inc. and then also obviously from Rugby Fighters, I think too, showed a lot of power in heavily prioritizing a lot of hard engage and just really aggressive power. I think consistently having that as a focus and being like the backline does not get to live. They will die and we will pressure them. Just yield so many more results than necessarily having like a strong carry top laner. It's harder to play around that for CWG than it is playing around like a really strong bot lane. Ooh, this could be really good coming out of. Ooh, he gets him. They should kill the Nami here. Oh, they barely kill Nami. Okay, they get Nami. Now, Seraphine's here. I think they can actually fight this, but they're going to back up a little bit. Injustice is coming, and I don't think Ben should be here first, though. Yeah, so Ben's here. They get kills. They have Injustice on the side. Now they need to... Okay, so Injustice flashes out, and they got some solid picks there. I think Timony could honestly engage on him right here. No, he's going to walk away, so he's not in possibility of getting E'd near that wall. Okay, so
something that should be pointed out is that they did give over shutdowns. Earlier, the Victor did pick up the Rumble shutdown, and just now the Ornn did pick up the Nami shutdown, which isn't who exactly you want the shutdown to be on, but of course, like, you're not gonna shy away from having a tank be tankier. So I do think that that should play out well for them. The Ornn finishing up Winter's Approach with 2 cloth armors in the back pocket, so he's looking extremely tanky in comparison to the Gnar, who only has Triforce completed. Right, that's like a two item and some change Ornn to a Gnar who has Triforce and hasn't even completed boots yet. Just completed boots, picking up the Merc Treads.
Bit of a chill, relaxed state. Okay, so getting an engage on Rumble. That's good, but Tim is getting hard engaged on the enemy team. Even a tanky like Ornn, you can only survive for so long. Okay, so Boise is kind of in deep, and he also doesn't really have support. He really needs his team to be there for him. Okay, so I think it should kill Sulpan here quickly. Okay, so they get that. Now you need to shut down Injustice. He's going to transform, I think. Okay, so you can't do much about that. He's too healthy now. They still need to somewhat respect Flash of Night. Boise got out, he didn't die. That's not an optimal team fight, but honestly, it went better than I think I expected initially. Now, they don't necessarily have a free dragon here. Sulpan's still dead for 10 seconds. There's no Hex tech gates on the map. Their AD carry's a little low. I think that, honestly, Boise and Ben can probably just force this dragon. Okay, so they're TPing in Injustice and Sulpan is running. So I think that, honestly, yeah, this is the correct play. They jump onto Injustice, kill him first, and then walk out. I think that they could maybe fight because we have the Ornn coming. It's about half health. I don't know if that's okay, so he gets a really good Rumble R on Flash of Night. They kill him probably. Yeah, okay, so we have Ornn here, but the problem is only Boise, Ornn, and then Roy's here maybe to get cleanups. Okay, so now they really need to not let Proton Plat player bully him out. Yeah, they kill Sulpan. Boise kind of has to back up. Oh man, they can easily kill Proton here. Nice, that's really good. So now I think
that is so huge.
So that was actually a really well played team fight, I think, from CWG.
And on the back end, it all ends with the Jinx picking up 1,000 gold off of the Lucian. So I think that is their ticket back into the game, really. They just completely evened up the gold, only being like, you know, a couple hundred gold in the deficit. So I think that is really big for CWG, and that's exactly what they were looking for this entire time. Of course, like, it's hard to see exactly where the gold discrepancies are still. Looking at it, it kind of looks like it's more in mid lane. And the one thing is that the Rumble does a lot of damage, but after he goes in, uses his rotation, then he's kind of just stuck, you know? Like, he doesn't have a lot of, like, sustained fighting ability, like, through the Zonias, through dashes that he could potentially have. So I do think that I'm just not a fan of the build choice into their comp. I do think that something like Proto Belt would have been better. Something like or maybe even going into like triple pen, so then he's basically doing true damage. But I don't think that he's definitely not weak, but I'm not sure if the Night Harvester is going to give him enough value to stay in these team fights long enough. Of course, if he builds Zonia's next, then potentially he'll be able to do a lot more, but, you know, he's probably about to pick up his Demonic Embrace right now, so that'll be his second item, and his third item is, you know, a long way off.
Oh, I forgot to start predictions for this fourth game. For people that want it, I'll drop it for a single minute. If you guys want to do your predictions, and I'll make sure to be on top of that for Game 5. I completely forgot starting it for Game 4. So it will be up for a minute, but go ahead and spam your predictions if you would like to.
Who have the viewers been saying we're gonna win like most of the games?
I think last one it was like hard on mid. It was like 90k on mid for the 9 games CWG. Oh, wow, that was such a good engage from Timony. Wow, that was so good, and they're gonna shut down Garrett, Alturas. They're gonna get, I think they can get Injustice here as well. They're gonna get Sulpan. Holy, that was a team fight coming out from Timony. That was, they see, Proton, that is how you flash your mastery symbol. That was delicious. That was so good. So now they're gonna get the Baron. Baron is Worm, and they're gonna be able to take that probably to a much stronger waste map state for themselves. Tim trying to upgrade one of his teammates and getting knocked up by the Baron because it's kind of an asshole. And I think he actually completed it that time. Oh, maybe he didn't. Whatever, it is what it is. He'll probably do his upgrades afterwards.
He did complete the Leandri's Lament for the victor.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, so we're going into the Dragon in a minute 42. CWG is ahead in gold. They have more access to more dragons, which, like I mentioned before, each dragon theoretically is worth around 2,500 gold, but it's obviously variable because they are enhancing stats, it's not direct stats. So it's based on what you already have. But technically that's what they're roughly amount. Scalability depends on the dragon. So yeah, they have a really solid lead now of theoretically about 5k. And then we're going into this dragon fight, which honestly could put CWG at soul point. And I think if they get a really good team fight and they get soul point, like CWG can very easily take this game. Even though the early game was really rough for them, this is looking like a very winnable game for them. It's definitely, I think, a little bit more at Min's camp though, just because of the compositions and the initial setup here. But if Timony can get a crazy engage like that, Boyce can jump on someone, just one-shot them, and Ben can free hit with his spells along with Roy. It's really good. Okay, so if they kill Nami here, that's really good. Okay, so the ult misses, and the Rumble are... Okay, so Soulpan's in the back lane, but they don't have defense. Timony needs to make sure that they're fine, so they're fine. Soulpan does 0 damage, it looks like, despite his build. Kuroi is fucking my hot daddy. He needs to run away. And they could very easily get a really solid setup. I think they push out this mid wave and then look for the dragon.
I mean, that fight was just... It could have been really big. You know, like the J4 ult landed on those 3 people. So, I mean, the Rumble just ulted a little bit early. I think that he should be holding off on his ultimate to follow up on any CC, any... like engage that his team does, because that's really what you want to be using. Oh, absolutely. Like if he dropped his Rumble ult onto the J4 wall, I think that they just completely wipe all 3 of the people in there.
Yeah.
I think that it was just kind of misjudging the entire situation. You know, like my hot daddy wanted to disengage. He ulted to get the Nami out, to get the Lucian out potentially, and Soulpan was like, nah man, like we go here, this is a fight angle. Or he was just thinking like, sack myself or my team. I'm not completely sure, but I do think that if they play these fights better, that they will be able to bring it back. But of course, like Nocturne ult makes it extremely difficult to like kind of communicate that with your team. It makes it extremely difficult to coordinate while the Nocturne ult is down. So we'll see how Boise continues to utilize that and the rest of CWG fight around that. But
even though they have the Ornn, I do still think that outside of the Ornn, the overall fragility of CWG's team cannot be understated. They are in a position where they can very easily get like one shot if something goes wrong. Outside of Timony getting engaged, Timony needs to be like that force that like sets up the Nocturne to jump in and one-shot somebody, and then his backlane needs to have the space and pressure to free hit. That makes it really hard. Okay, so they're hiding this really... Okay, so he ults defensively, it looks like, to kind of to break this off. But I think that's fine, because they burn the TP from the Gnar, getting early hits coming in, but they get to jump in, and this is really bad. Okay, so they get Soulpan. Oh, but Timony's still alive. He doesn't have R, but I think they can kill Injustice here. I think that's who they need to focus. They need to kill Proton Flatfire and Injustice here on the side. Oh my god, and they're living? What is this? Okay, so Proton Flatfire gets away, but they get Injustice. Proton is running. I don't think they can really catch him, to be honest, but Flash is going to try. Okay, he's out of cooldowns. I think he needs to be careful. Okay, no, he just one-shots him because he's just that strong. Yep, okay, so they push up this wave. They did lose Tim and Boise in that fight, but it worked out beautifully for them. They're getting this pressure, and we have Baron in 1 minute and 30.
It just takes so long to kill the Ornn. It took so long to kill the Nocturne because he has DD and plated steel caps picked up, and he's even building into a GA here, it looks like, with the broken stopwatch and the chain vest picked up. So it's probably only going to get more difficult to burn through their team. So I do think that they need to rely on the Wombo combo, right? They need to hold this Rumble ultimate, which is a huge part of their team fight, right? Like you don't see a lot of MR picked up across their team, right? Like the Ornn just now building into it, probably going to pick up the Force of Nature. So I do think that the Rumble. I don't think the Rumble ult there was bad, but after the Rumble ult was dropped, I do not think that they should have pursued that interaction and like encounter as much as they did.
Yeah. Okay, so we're having a little bit of a lull state here. It looks like Min is looking for some top lane vision, trying to get a little bit of setup and a little bit of aggressive vision inside of CWG's jungle. They probably, I would guess, they look for like a death bush or something and try to get some like really nice pick, because the direct team fights in an open field is not working for them as well as they would want. I think they really just want to outbrain them just with some type of really cringe bush play and get that pick and then go into the Baron. But right now, they're not in the best of states. I think it's just a straight up 5v5, at least as they've been going so far. The Ornn is pressing bot. He has TP up. Justice is not, so he's staying grouped with the team. Maha Daddy's responding because he's the one with CP. Justice is, or Timony's walking back to group with his team. He doesn't have to burn the TP. He has the wave pressure. Okay, they're looking for an engage. This is really good. They're going. Okay, so he doesn't really get necessarily anything. Okay, so Boise jumps in. They're a little bit forward. Really good R coming from Ty is cool. And Justice walks forward. The Rumble R is not in the prep or shock points. I think they can definitely kill maybe Justice. Okay, so they don't. No one dies. So there's a lot of ult cooldowns used, but nobody dies on either team. Kind of surprising, to be honest. So Proton and Justice have to back up and fully reset. It should be noted that CMG has not reset. They are going for this play on the Baron. I don't think, yeah, the back ward on Baron placed by, I'm assuming alternative TSM ward, is not seen by the pink ward. That's kind of fine, but they just need to be aware of it. Solpan jumping in, going for it. He does not get the steal. He jumps out. That's fine. CWG is in a good spot. I think that they all back here. They definitely want to reset. I guess they don't. Ornn's ult is coming up. Boise's ult is coming up. They're going for the soul instead. So they want to force this. I think this is fine. I think with their gold they should reset, but it's fine. It's okay. So Solpan goes in. He decides to use the stopwatch. He dies almost immediately. We also kill Rumble on the side. They're going for it. Proton can't get any value. And Justice goes in for a really nice R, but I don't think he's tanky enough. And Proton has to run. He has no agency in this fight. So he's going to run. Okay, so they're not going to go for the soul. And instead they're going to press mid. I think that makes sense because it's not like Proton's going to do much. They could probably get an inhibitor. That gives them some easy pressure, even if it does provide more farm, like you mentioned before, to the enemy team, that they can go for the dragon.
I mean, that's really just what I was pointing out whenever I was analyzing the drafts. You know, like early game, obviously, Monsters Inc. has complete liberty, but now that, you know, the Seraphine's online, the Jinx became online, then there's not much that they can do against the combined damage of the two. And obviously you can't shy away from the Ornn, who's extremely tanky. He has a lot of CC, the Nocturne, who is able to just cause complete like chaos for the enemy team whenever he presses R, and you know, the Victor damage as well.
Yeah. Damn. Alright, well, that is game 4. We're going to game 5, boys! Game 5. Alright, let me pull up Silver Scrapes on, let's see, Silver Scrapes. Here we go. Boom, baby. Alright, I will peel up some Silver Scrapes while we wait to get into game 5 draft between Monsters Inc. and CWG. See you guys soon.
literally waiting for an invite.
Alright, boys. Got the draft link early this time. It looks like we're about to start. Going into Game 5. CWG versus Monsters Inc. Predictions live in the chat. Excited to start it up. Trying to think. I think I'll just wait and see what they play, because I don't really know if I 100. Whenever you get into Game 5, I don't know if there's really a very clear direction both teams are gonna go. Like maybe one team will bring out something crazy to throw the status quo out of whack. So I think I'm just gonna wait and see what they decide to draft here. But I'm excited to see what's going on. Excited to see what they decide to pull out here. Alright, and we are starting it up. Okay, let's turn down the music. Alright, and we have, for the beginning, Tristana, Trundle, Zillion bans on the side of CWG. And we have Orn, Maokai, and Kale banned for the side of Monsters Inc. We first lock Seraphine. Then we take Misfortune and Nocturne. Monsters Inc. responded with our second, third as Jinx and Lulu. And we'll see what this last pick is coming in. But the Nocturne did work out really well for the side of CBG last game. And they're going to lock in Vex, which I think is the main champion for My Hot Daddy next to Malzahar. Yeah, we're going to see if he can get some really good plays, but I know that Vex is definitely a champion that, regardless of how well you can play, she just provides so much power in terms of the initiation, general team fighting, and skirmishing powers with the resets on her R. She's just like a really good reset-based engage mage. Very unique playstyle for League. Probably one of my favorite champs that have come out recently, even though I don't really play mid lane at all, but I think she's really cool for the game. So we have the Mordekaiser banned on the side of CWG, which makes sense, and we are banning out the Azir and the Galio from our boy Flash of Night, and the last ban is Aatrox from CWG. So I would assume that this means that Tim is looking for a tank champion based on the bans of the Aatrox and the Mordekaiser. Those champs fucking eat tanks alive, so I could definitely see them looking for a tank here. We'll see. So it looks like Poppy, which I would assume is jungle for Sulpan. It's kind of interesting. Oh, nope, and we're going with the Lilia. I think that makes a lot more sense overall. There's not really a lot of dash on the side of CWG. I think Lilia makes more sense. The only problem is that this does mean that Injustice has to play an AD-based champion, but I think that's most of his pool, so I think it's not actually that big of a deal.
I think that he also has to play a tank or something that gives some kind of engage, which allows for you know, the CWG top laner to kind of just pick up a carry, play into whatever he really wants, or he could even play a tank himself and just take the farm lane. I would not be surprised if he picked up, say, like the Shen here.
Mhm.
Shen Nocturne combination, just kind of delivering CC into the back line. So,
And we're
and he will
playing
actually opt out
Set.
for the set.
Damn, alright. So Set is not really a frontliner unless he decides to build the mathematically correct set where you have like 5,000 HP and then you're kind of tanky, but you're mostly just looking for those massive Ws. I would be excited to see what he can do here. I would expect the Gnar again, but he's playing Sejuani. Okay. So all their physical damage is in Proton Bot Player on the Jinx. I don't necessarily think that's necessarily an issue. Sejuani does do some physical damage. I think her W is physical, but the rest is magic, obviously with her passive and everything. But yeah, damage spread is fine. I guess it's not really an issue. Interesting to see the Sejuani, though. Sejuani definitely, of all the tanks, I think has some of the best laning. Even better, really, than Ornn sometimes. It depends on the matchup. But Sejuani is pretty strong laning force early in the game. She has a lot more damage to be respected. She can also easily take Ignite, which only adds to her kill threat. So I don't know if Set can necessarily just 100% run at her in this laning matchup, but we'll see. Because the lanes have pretty consistently always gone to Timony in terms of who has pressure in the lane for the most part, outside of the Yone, where it was less having to do with how he was playing and more the fact that he was just not acknowledging the fact that Sultan could easily come up and kill him on repeat. So he was just giving away kill after kill for no real reason. So hopefully we don't see that again, and we can hold down the Lily. The Lily, if she gets out of control, we saw in a previous game that she was disgusting and really threw the entire balance of the game out of whack. So excited to see what Sultan can do on that champ. I don't know, do you have any other thoughts, Sunny, on the rest of the draft? Sunny's dead.
What did you say? Sorry.
That's no, it's fine. I said, do you have any thoughts on the rest of the draft?
I mean, I do think that there's a lot less CC as the past couple of games, but I do think that CWG has actually drafted the better composition. Obviously, there is backline threat on the side of Monsters Inc. with the Vex and the Lilia, but I don't think that it is as substantial as a Nocturne set, especially considering, in my opinion, AD defensive items that you're able to build that turn you into a bruiser are significantly better than AP items that you're able to build. So, of course, without looking at like any gold leads that could potentially be taken, I do think that CWG does have the better draft.
For sure. Okay. Well, I don't really have any other thoughts on this. They're kind of running out the draft and they're going to do the thing, so I'm going to slow it back to the loading screen and we'll queue up Silver Scrapes one more time for a little bit more fun action and get the hype going for Game 5. Alright, see you soon. Monsters Inc. CWG. Who's hyped? Some hype in the chat. Let's go! Alright. Starting off. We are getting into it, and looking like both teams are kind of going for the bot side bush. Maybe going for a weird, like, around. Okay, so they might be going, yeah, they're looking for a play maybe here on the 5 point of Monsters Inc., specifically on the Lulu. Okay, so they're running at him, and oh, so Lulu is aware. He perfectly walks away. They're exactly in time. He gets the slow. And they run away. Get a little bit of damage on him. Oh, okay, no. Okay, Proton's fine. He just takes a little bit of damage. He's gonna have to back probably, unless he wants his lane to be affected. We are getting into it. Sydney, you here? Oh, he might be dead again.
If I hear one more joke about doing the bunny hop.
Okay. Nothing super exciting here. Oh, here, let me put up the staff. We'll put up the objective timers and the scoreboard controls. Okay. Nothing too exciting here so far. We're getting into it. You guys have watched Worlds at all? This looking a little bit like the game currently. I'm excited to see where this goes. The series has been very back and forth, similar to the not to obviously the same level of gameplay, but kind of similar to the DK Gen G yesterday. Though it wasn't a 2-0, it was a reverse sweep. Though this could be a reverse sweep from CWG. So I'm excited to see what they can do here. Okay, so Justice conceding a bit of the lane here to the set, which I think is honestly a smart idea. You don't want to fight set like really low with the tank. This Q autos hit quite hard. Okay, we're going into. Looks like our boy Boise is doing a standard clear. Just chilling right now. Okay, good little hit out there coming out from the set. He's going to somewhat respect Johnny's ability to gank follow-up. I think that he would honestly likely expect that Lily could definitely come topside if she really wanted to force something a little bit rough. Set behind is very bad. Sejuani behind is also much worse than most tanks. I would say that the fallback power of Ornn and Maokai is not really present in Sejuani. Sejuani really needs to kind of be strong. Really big hit, really big trade coming out from Timony. Just as a back and most likely TP back to lane. Good force out from him. Good dodge on the, I think that's W from Lulia, the glitter seed or whatever it's called. Due to that, Alturas and Jinx have quite a bit of pressure in this lane. Sakurai and Ty's going to press up a little bit. It also has to be noted that even though Scorch has not been played so far in this series, I think MF has almost 100% win rate so far. I believe my team is the only team to lose with Misfortune so far in the entirety of the Liga. So unlucky there, but she is shown to be a very strong champion regardless of what happen. But is relying on those ult placements and stuff, so I think Ty is cool and Corey can honestly press out a little bit more. They have voice here, but maybe they're trying to get the opponents to kind of walk into them a bit here. Yeah, they're just gonna, so voice is just gonna clear this wave. Ty's Cool is taking a little bit of poke, and they're just gonna kind of set it back to default. Set just kind of want to forces this wave in. And he's gonna force this in quite a little bit. Kind of just doesn't really want to be in this position where he can block directly. So he's gonna soak that. He's fine. Set has a lot of innate sustain, similar to Garen, but it's always active. So yeah, so he's gonna do those little auto traits. Go back to training wave. So far, this has all been fine though. No big issues. But unlike most tanks, like I said, Sejuani has a lot of power for laning, her W, her passive, her Q. So she really is a lot less just straight up vulnerable when it comes to laning compared to most tanks. Oh yes, you're right. CWD also lost on MF. I think we lost once, and you did. Okay, so she's not 100%, but she is definitely one of the strongest champions so far in the Liga in terms of numbers. So yeah, so Set's gonna push in this wave. I think that Injustice can probably soak up most of this farm. Strong isn't like the easiest to line in her tower, but he can probably get a good chunk of this wave. He's just gonna lose some of it, most likely. Looks like Set is not resetting, which I kind of find to be a bad call, because Sulpan is going to be here, and he should kind of expect that, to be honest. Because if he does this W, okay, Sulpan doesn't have a... Oh, good flash W coming from Timony. Massive balls on this man. So Sulpan's gonna flash forward. He misses the Q. Timony doesn't have E yet. He will in a second though. Oh, and Boise is going to R, but he doesn't have vision. Oh, that sucks. And so, okay, so he gets the vision, he has to flash for it, but he kills Sulpan eventually. Really sucks he had to burn his flash there, but that works out. Wow, Daddy's winning, and he misses his Q. I think he kind of loses this, honestly, if he continues going after missing that Q. So, yeah, so, the Boise's gonna run away. Ben walked up just as maybe as additional coverage, but he's fine. I think Ben probably should have stayed on the wave, just pushed that in. Being a little bit more selfish there. It's fine. It's okay. Not the worst thing in the world. Ben still is a natural CS lead, and it would have meant, you know, a little bit of extra gold if he would have stayed. All right, so right now it should be said I don't know specifically how this lane is supposed to go, but at least as far as I understand, MF and the Seraphine should, I would assume, have pressure in this lane in the 2v2, but it doesn't seem to be the way it's going. It could just be play related, or maybe I'm just wrong about the matchup. I'm not gonna pretend like I know. So right now we're just chilling. Tim is playing very well though, yes, and I think that we definitely showed some of the power that Set can bring with the fucking massive W. He's building Bork, as is very regular for most sets to do. You can go maybe a little bit more defensive one and maybe go for Stridebreaker early into full tank, but he's going for the Bork, which makes sense honestly based on his role on the team. He can build full tank after the Bork as well and be fine, or just build a Stridebreaker into tank. Okay, so right now we're kind of in a position where Boise is definitely ahead. Karai needs to be really respectful of this. Cast a flash, he's going to get hard and hit, and Proton Plat Player with Alturas kill Kuroi solo. Sadly, Taizuku was not in a position to help the AD carry. I think he was looking for vision at the time. So good capitalization, honestly, on Proton to recognize that window and just rush them down and get that kill. So right now the bot lane is going really well for the side of Monsters Inc. Top lane is going fine. I think this is good if Boise does not look at top lane, to be honest, and just kind of pretends like it doesn't exist, because Set is solo winning this very hard, and I think will continue to do so with extended trades as long as he avoids getting focused by Sulpan. So Boise is going down. He's going in on the Jinx, but the flash away almost immediately combined with the Nine Hot Daddy getting really strong damage in, and the Alturas ulting the Jinx. They get away. I think they might kill these two. No, they won't. Okay, so they're all really low, but I think that they can safely go for Dragon, because I don't think that Ben is going to walk in and try to 1v9 them. with the Vigor. He doesn't necessarily have the AP to do that right now. He might be able to kill one, but he'll probably trade, so it's fine. They just give the dragon over. Okay. So everything as expected so far in the top lane. Justice kind of just vibing. He can't do much in this lane against Timmy, who's already kind of asserted his dominance in the lane. So I think that they've recognized that their defensive measures for the Nocturne. Now the flash is down on Jinx, but the I don't know what the name of Lulu's ult is. I think it's Gigantinate or some nonsense like that. But that's up now. They still have always these defensive tools, so they need to be aware of that on their next big fight that occurs here. Alturas is coming down a little bit on the side. If he misses, that's fine. Roy's gonna continue to do this. It does seem like the Seraphine is very, very squishy right now. She needs to be aware of the poke and be cognizant of that. So they get the plate. That's good. And Vin's bot lane is still asserting a lot of pressure here on the bot side. Sulpan seems to be clearing down towards them, and there's also a move coming in from My Hot Daddy. They are pinging it. I think they're going hard for this. They really want to get a kill here. I think that, okay, so Ty's move blocking forward is bad. Good counter gank timing though coming from Boise. The game, that was the ult from, the game froze for a second. Okay, so we're fine. This is fine. They don't get too much. I don't really know why the fuck Timony is here. I think he shouldn't have TP'd. I think he should have stayed and just pretended like this play didn't happen. But it's fine. It's okay. If they hard committed, he maybe could have gotten some really good shutdowns and some kills. So I can kind of understand his logic, but I think he should just stay in the top side. Okay, Proton is like being very aggressive here, but Sultan's walking up. They get the flash out of him, they walk away, no ult on him, Proton walking up with no mana, so that's a little sussy, but it's fine, it's okay, he doesn't die, and we're doing a-okay. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of in a lull state again, kind of just vibing. Kind of just waiting for the plays and stuff to happen. They do still have the Rift Herald on the side of CWG on their jungler. I think that should be noted. It's something to be considered. We'll see how it goes though in terms of their ability to leverage that. Kind of just chilling right now. Injustice at least is caught up in CS due to Tim's rotation to bot lane. It's fine. It's not leading to anything there, but it's okay for right now. Turris looking for a little bit of pressure. He's gonna back up here. That's fine. Okay. Right. So they're kind of just waiting in this bush. I assume they're waiting and seeing if Kuroi and Ty's Pool is dumb enough to step up really far. Okay, so they're gonna walk forward, get the flash out of Kuroi, which is good. They get the flash out, which honestly is really worth. So they drop the Rift Herald top and get Timony as much pressure as possible. Okay, so they're just gonna use all this wave clear that they have to just clear the wave, and you think going to do that. Good block from Ty. I don't think the heal was necessary. That was sadly a little bit of a waste of resource, but it's okay. You know, the most important thing is that they don't die, and then they're going to do this. Oh my god, so they're going to kill, I think, the Sejuani here very easily. Nice, and we are coming out, so really good 2v2 coming out from Proton, Plat Player, and Alturas there. Proton with absolute balls on his ass, just going hard, and Alturas backing him up there, getting a really good play there. Yeah, balls on his ass. Yeah, sorry, Bertel. I'm not used to casting. It's my words are jumbling. It's hard just doing this solo. Not gonna lie. Okay, so okay, so we have mid lane though has been pretty quiet, I will say. Once again, a little bit of a CS lead coming in for Flash of Night, so always gonna commend him on that. And yeah, he's just scaling. I mean, as Seb likes to call Vigor the little shit. He is a very annoying champion when ahead. Naturally getting more AP than pretty much any other mage just by existing due to his passive. So he always has to be a factor that you have to consider, that his AP is scaling to the moon. So you have to be cognizant of that when we're getting later. He also went a defensive mythic. He went for man, I can't remember what it's called. What is it called? Everfrost. So you want a defensive Everfrost, which I don't know if that's normal for Vigor to go, but it does offer him a lot more peel if the Sejuani or the Lilia jumps on him. So it could be useful. This is what it is. I think it also gives AP on its mythic, so just gives him more AP to work with. I don't know if he necessarily gets like an insane amount of value from the Andres. I think I would probably build the Andres situation, but I'm just gonna bet knows more about his champion than necessarily I do here. Standard for Vigor to go Everfrost. Okay. Yeah. I think it makes sense. And then I'm thinking about what's going on with it. I think it makes a lot of sense. And the only real tank he really needs to deal with is Injustice, and he already has a set, so it's not like he really needs to be that hard kill. Okay, Ty is cool, getting caught out trying to find vision. That feels really bad. He dies there. Okay, so they use the ult to clear the wave. I think it's actually a good call from Roy. And she soaks the R, but not enough damage to kill. Honestly, I will say, Proton Blood Player playing very well on the Jinx compared to other stuff. He played really well in the Tristana, and he's found another champion he can play quite well. So that's really good. Good for him to find that. He's also building somewhat normally here, so that's good to see. I don't know if he's building up work or what those components are for, but otherwise, doing well this game. Okay. So we're kind of in a state where we've had really stagnant picks going on, not necessarily like oh my god, it is a pork. Okay. Yep, so that is a thing that exists, but we'll see if it affects him negatively or not. He is very strong in the game. You can just look at the gold in comparison to the MF, who has just a Kraken. Well, he has a Kraken plus a Bork. So regardless of if the Bork is troll or not, it is straight up just more stats. He is ahead, and he is able to build this fine with no problems. He is hitting super hard. Ty kind of in a bad position again and having to flash away to avoid death there. And their bot lane is just in a really, really rough situation. They're just getting turbo bullied. But I think they're going to get this charge off. It's not going to kill the mid turret. It is what it is. I think it's really hard to push into Vigor like this. We have Tim applying pressure in the bot side, which eventually needs to be responded to. Oh, so Vigor caught out. He has to flash away. He gets out, which is actually really good. Boise going in. He's kind of solo right now. Here comes Set. He's doing a really big R. Proton Plat Player gets really good hits. They should be able to kill my Hot Daddy. R dodge. They kill the Vex. And it looks like Sulpan and Injustice will be fine. They get out. Justice was kind of separate from the fight. He had to respond to the wave, and so was not in that fight initially. Didn't get almost any value, but it's fine. He's going back to his wave. He's going to reset. Sulpan is going to clear. It looks like his Crocs or grab the top wave. Maybe he circles around and looks for a pick on this Vigor. No, it's the thing. So it looks like he's kind of just playing around it. They're sending in the Jinx rocket. This is going to be pretty late, but it's okay. He does a little bit of damage to Ty's. Cool Ty's a little low, but yeah, I don't think Sulpan can get much here. He's probably just going to go down, kill one of the jungle camps for Boise. Boise is going to be looking for a reset, so it's fine for him to do this. Good call from Sulpan to kind of just deprive some resources. He's also killing this thing. He can soak that tower shot because he's probably going to get a reset first. But the dragon is up. He does get a lot of healing from his passive, so it's fine. And they're going to get this dragon. So this puts Monsters Inc. on soul point. So even though CWG did get Baron there, they got that really good fight, they need to now be at every dragon fight. If they lose one, that is a ocean soul going over to Monsters Inc. And that is really disgusting to have, not only on Jinx, but also specifically on Sulpan. Provides a lot of healing. Honestly, good on Sejuani too. Even though it doesn't necessarily increase her tanking, it does give her sustained throughout the fight, which is always really good to have. Boise is sadly not strong enough to do much against Proton Plat player. Ty's Ghoul's in a bad position. Baroy is running for his life. He's going to get held on by the Vex from My Hot Daddy, and Timony is not anywhere near that play, so he's going to have to bag and come back to grab the mid thing. So that's a really bad fight, honestly, for CWG. That was really bad. That really sucks that they weren't able to get like a good open position, and that Set was not in a position to fight there with them. Going the Sunfire, which I do kind of like to see. I know a lot of sets would probably go for Straybreaker just to provide a lot more CC slow and AoE, but I think Sunfire is fine, especially because they're going to be fighting. He just needs to be a little more cognizant of finding good Rs and teammates and stuff like that. Okay, man, Sejuani is still not bad. Okay, so she finally completes her mythic and buys a full out Winter's Approach, which will turn into Winter, which is really good for her. She needs that mana, and it also provides her a ton of HP based on her mana, which she doesn't have. Also shield and CCing, so tons of value there. So once she has those two completed, should be good, and I would assume that she goes from this into a Frozen Heart, which will make her much stronger in terms of her ability just to be a big frontline threat. So far I'd say Lilia has been really strong. Good stuff coming out from the Vex, just being able to just throw Rs, run at people, drop the big AoE Fear W plus shield. It's just really strong with just like a full skirmishing fight, and so much power coming out of Min's bot lane. Like, Proton bot player is massive. Even if his build is a little troll, it doesn't matter because he's just so far ahead. He has a lot of gold to spend, so it's whatever. He'll still hit really hard. So he needs to run away. Proton has balls of steel. He knows that he is really strong and just forcing the now back from his own camps. Yeah, so Jinx is building, I guess, a, what is that called? I think it's Maw Mortius. So she's building a Maw, I guess, to avoid getting one shot by the Vigor. I don't know if Vigor's necessarily dropped a lot of damage on her, but I definitely can see that being the case. And she probably just wants to avoid. I think she can probably face tank. At this point, I think with Lulu, she can probably face tank the Nocturne, realistically. I don't think she can face tank the set, but she can definitely face tank the Nocturne. And realistically, the enemy to carry, the MF is not necessarily providing an insane amount of value this game so far. Unless she gets a really good ult off, because MF ult is just always broken. Even if she's down to items, I think it's really hard if she can get a full channel off in a really good team fight. So I think he's really just like evaluating, like, hey, if I get stunned by a Vigor, like, I don't want to have to like build a QSS. I just want to survive that one shot. So understandable. I think it maybe is fine. I would probably just go Mercurials if that's what you're worried about first, but yeah, whatever. Okay. So right now, okay, so we're going into the dragon spawning in 46 seconds. Like I said, Monsters Inc. is on soul point. They have a lot of free stats from that, on top of the fact that if they get soul point, they'll get the Ocean Soul. The Ocean Soul is significantly nerfed from what it used to be. It used to be the most broken thing in the fucking world. Now, it is honestly one of the weaker souls when you really think about it, unless you're going like a really extended team fight. It only heals health now, and it's pretty slowly over an extended period of time, but it is always good to have, especially on somebody that's so heal reliant and really dip and jivey like Soulpan's Lilia. It's really hard necessarily to catch her, so having that additional healing just obviously is really good for her. It's good for, oh, so good flash is coming in, but they have so many tools, man, to just like make it Boise's job impossible. You're right, not getting as much damage as you would like. Timmy's kind of split with the fight, where he's kind of roaming around and like doesn't know like what he needs to be doing, because everything's so split and it's really hard to get that value. He gets one kill, but man, that's rough, man. That fight is really rough. It just sucks because I think like Nocturne really wants to jump on Proton Plat player, but realistically, with the tools they have, he can't. Like, he can try to jump on somebody, but Alturas is just gonna ult them. He's gonna get fucking exhausted. He's gonna get feared by the Vex, so it's just really hard. Like, I feel like he needs to be ulting like Soulpan or something. Like, I feel like he needs to just fucking try to kill that guy as quickly as possible, or chunk him up and force him to burn Zhonya's, and then maybe they can go from there. But realistically, it's like hard. Like, I just like never probably be able to actually kill this backline. So maybe his logic is I just burn those cooldowns. I jump on them, I burn the cooldowns, and I run away, and they don't have them for the rest of the fight. But it just feels really bad if you're Boise here. Boise burns R. Okay, he's jumping on Alturas. Alturas pops ult. Okay, this is actually good. So that ult is down. I think Boise is running a little too far forward here, though. I don't know. I don't like this. I think it should back up. They should accept the fact that Justice is going to walk forward. He's going to pull Justice back. He's going to ult him into Soulpan. They're going to kill Soulpan, kill Sejuani. They really need to be careful of Proton Plat player who's looking for resets here. He's going to flash forward. He is excited, and there's no way to get away from him. Tim is running up, but like fucking Proton Plat player wants that fucking penta. Like, he is running at him. I would assume, okay, he's not even going to go for the, he's not going to int it for it. I was expecting him to like run out of tower and like just try to like int for the penta, but what is they get a in here. Okay, the fight wasn't as bad as you'd expect, but it definitely feels bad for our boy Boise trying to force these plays. Okay, and right now I would say that like I said, Proton Plat player is playing very well in this game compared to any other game. I'd say he's even playing better this game than he did on the Tristana games. He's getting a lot of power, a lot of presence. Garrett is providing so much utility in terms of not allowing Proton player to be one-shot. I think My Hot Daddy is playing much better than he has the rest of the series. He's been playing terrible, but I think that Ben is definitely shown to be the better player in the majority of the games. Where this game, I think My Hot Daddy has shown a lot of power in the Vex, with just being really solid engage tools, getting those spheres, and using his abilities well to be that powerful force. Okay, so our boy Timmy is ulting in as a 20. Massive hit! Oh my god, that W was massive! They're gonna kill My Hot Daddy on the side with Boise. Oh my god, so he's hitting really hard. Timothy gets a stun in, running at a Proton Plat player. They kill him with Boise's help, and they get a fucking ace! Oh my god, so they're gonna go, I think one of them should go for the mid tower, and the rest should be going on to Baron. I think that Boise, Ty is cool, and the Veigar should be able to do Baron, I think solo. He's gonna get that objective bounty on the mid turret, and they're gonna go for this Baron. That is beautiful fight, heavily carried by Timony there. Not using his W early, knowing he's tanking enough to soak that initial engage, Injustice walking up and giving him an R, which I think was a bad play. He needs to be cognizant of what he is to Set. He is the engaged tool for Set, so he can't be walking up there and just like face tanking like a monkey. He needs to be back and making sure that he's peeling for his carries, but he walks up, gives a really big R for Set, and then Set gets that massive W on 3 people, almost basically one-shotting 2 of them. So it was really big, and puts CWG in a much better state. They are definitely not in a winning state yet. They're still, I think, a little bit weaker. Like I've said before, they do technically have a gold lead. They have the Baron, but Dragons individually are worth about 2,500 gold each. So you add that all together, they're still down in gold. And on top of that, you have to factor in the Soul, which is really, really powerful. So I would say that Min are still decently far ahead in this game. They're not behind, no matter what the gold says. Also, the Jinx build keeps on getting more and more interesting. He builds Athema's Chains, which is interesting. I could kind of see the value in it because he can pop that on the Set or Boise, though I don't really know if he really needs to pop it on the Nocturne because he already has so many tools to peel himself. Maybe he pops it on the Vigor? I don't really know. I don't know what the goal of that one is 100%. I think there's better defensive items you could go, but it is what it is. Okay. So they pop that item over the side. I want to see, I wonder if it gives you a visual indicator for what our boy player does with the Athema's Chains. I want to know who he puts it on. Maybe we can glean a little bit of information in terms of what his goal is there. Okay, so Timony is going around. I don't know if they're going to force a fight here or if Tim's just trying to get into a position to get a flank, which I think is good. There's no wards where he's at, they don't know. So they're going to press this mid lane wave. Yeah, they're not going to walk into them. They'll say, fuck you guys, we're going to press this wave and we're just going to run it down. So you guys are coming behind us. They're just going to try to kind of say, hey, you have to force into us. Okay, so Soulpan is flashing over with a massive R coming out from Soulpan. Set is kind of low. They kill Soulpan. Okay, so they need to avoid this R. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Timony is not in the aggressive thing. They need to back up. So Soulpan has died. Boise dies, unfortunately, to some form of damage over time. They all need to back right now. They're going to lose, I would assume, probably both Nexus Nexus turrets. Maybe just one? Okay, they lose only one, it looks like. Timony is going in. He pulls in. He's going to go for an R. He goes for an R. Kills My Hot Daddy. Fucks up this Sejuani super hard. Proton Plat player is honestly doing a really good job just kiting the Set. But big E coming out of him. Timony kills him. Ty does not die. Really good. Oh my god, wait, is this an end angle? Holy shit, is this an end angle? Wait! Is it? Okay, so we have Sejuani and Soulpan are up. He doesn't have R. Injustice gets a kill on Ty is cool, I would assume, but he's not back to help with the thing. If they can kill Soulpan here, it's maybe GG. Okay, so they don't kill him. He gets off. They get him really low, but Soulpan can really jump and jive. And we have My Hot Daddy up in 8 seconds, Protan up in 20, and Alturas up in 3. So they avoid the W. Oh, Injustice is coming though. Okay, so Timony needs to fight this guy. I think he just needs to fuck him. Alright, so we W's. Nice. Okay, so they kill Sejuani. They need to run though. They need to get the fuck out. They do not want to be ace with Elder up. They need to back, reset, and get to the Elder Drake. If they get to the Elder Drake, then they might be able to fight and contest them there. With no tank, no Sejuani, that puts him in a really good position. Boise used R. He doesn't have access to that. Timony will have R. Vigor's R's up. We have Karai and Ty's Cool's R's. So I think this should be fine. But Injustice, like I said, is dead. So this is going to be a 4v5. The problem is that the mid laner and the support are not going to be here in time. Boise is just kind of on the side. That's a really early R coming out from Kuroi, I think. They need to secure this. Okay, so they've lost the Elder. This is really bad. Okay, so they get the okay, so do they want to fight this? Okay, so Sejuani is TPing behind. I think they need to run at and just go kill this Sejuani. Okay, so Sejuani is just walking away. They're using the Nocturne R somewhat defensively. Okay, so the question here is, can they defend against the Elder? The Baron is up in 35 seconds. That naturally gives them a lot more pressure. They may have to just concede both of them because they didn't get the Elder. I don't know. Man. Okay. So we're in a position now where, because Monsters Inc. has access to the Elder and the Soul, they're so strong in these team fights. I think that there's it's a lot harder for Tim and Boise to assert dominance on these plays. Even though Veer is 0-3 and 7, he still hits like a truck. He has quite a bit of AP. I'm gonna go over him. How much AP does he have? Let's actually find out. I'm gonna find out. How much AP does this guy have? So he has 771 AP. This man will hit hard. Okay, so we're going into this fight. They're starting up the Baron. Oh, so oh my god! My hot daddy just one-shots one of them. Does he recast? He does not. But he straight up one-shots Tai is cool with that R, and they take the Baron easily after that play. Okay, so they're going to have Baron and Elder. Elder, I don't know how much longer is left on it. Let's find out. Not very long. Is it gone? Wait. Oh, okay. So they probably have like another maybe 20 seconds on this. So they're going to lose this after this push, but they will have it probably up until the push happens. So I think they honestly just need to concede this inhib, to be honest. They could maybe try to fight before My Daddy gets here, but My Daddy is coming and he has R up. So I think that the better play for them to do is just poke, just chill, let him have the inhib. Okay, so this is fine. This is okay. They have to go and grab waves before they can hit bot turret. By that time, the Elder will be down. With Elder down, I think they are in a much better position to actually fight, and then they can go for leading off that Baron. So they're going to back reset instead of going for that push. Okay. So they're not going to hard force. I think that's fine. I think they could have gone for it, but it's cool. It's fine. Okay, so right now, we're kind of just chilling in the mid lane. I think that they need to be careful. Boise needs to be careful here. Obviously, the Sejuani is walking up. He's looking for an R engage. I think they just need to be cognizant of the fact that there's no big objectives on the map. There's nothing really to be fighting for. Even if, let's say, that CWG pulls out a crazy win and they just, like, turbo stomp Monsters Inc., they can maybe go for an end of the game, but there's no real objective to play. So unless they're in a position to end the game, fights are not good. I think that they probably can, though, because they have the TP of Flash and Intimidate. So I think they just want to look for as advantaged a fight as possible. Let them take all these jungle camps. Who the fuck cares? Most of your carries are in pretty close to full build. You can maybe get one more item on your Beager and on your Nocturne, and obviously one more item on your AD carry, but she doesn't have the pink ward slot for right now. I think that overall it's fine. Like, your enemy team is pretty much all full build outside of Sejuani. It doesn't really matter too much if they get all the... Okay, so he's TPing in. This is really big. They should just go and kill the Sejuani. Just, like, don't let her live. Just kill her immediately. Yeah, kill... Oh, okay. Oh, big R! Okay, flash out from Proton Plat player. He doesn't get almost anything. Big W. He kills 2 with the W. Boise is on Proton. They're running at set, kills him. Okay, so she's activating the GA. Alturas is coming, trying to save this. They can run at Alturas and kill him as well. As soon as they do this, they should TP. Oh, they don't have a ward to TP, but they can force up through mid maybe kill both inhibs, and even if they can't end, they're still in a really good position. So they have 45 seconds on Proton Player, 45 on Alturas, 31 on My Hot Daddy, and 30 on Injustice. All it is Soulpan. Soulpan probably might have to save the game, otherwise I think they can just straight up fucking end this game. Oh my god, so that was a really good attempt. Flash, he sadly doesn't get anything. It's okay. Soulpan is probably going to go for this R here, going to try to one-shot him. They one-shot him, and they win the game! CWG has beaten Monsters, Inc. That is Game 5, boys! Game 5. Let's go. All right. And CWG win. So they will move on in the lower bracket. Let's go. Wow. That was an exciting game. That was really fun. I think it was one of my favorites of the season so far. All right, guys. That is the game. Good to see. I will say at the very end, I think everyone played still very well. I think that My Hot Daddy and Proton Player played extremely well at the end of that game. It was just really hard to always 100% keep the Nocturne and the set off of you. But I think they played very well this game. I know just want to make sure that's been pointed out. And honestly, just really great series from both sides. Like they all played really great. And I'm excited to see CWG continue to play in playoffs. It's going to be really cool. So that is it, boys. That is the end of the stream. Thank you all for coming, and we will see you for the next games. I think the next one is on Tuesday, I believe. That should be my team versus the devs, so Women Respecters versus devs. I don't know if there's a game before that, but I think that's the next one. So we will see you on stream for that. Good night and goodbye.